Hello, hello. Welcome to another episode of Awkward Moments with Jetsu. Hope you're all doing well. Woo! Thank you, Shroomy, for the first tier redeem. Wow, you beat everyone else to it. And thank you, Barry, for the second tier redeem. And thank you, Twirly, for the third tier redeem. And also thank you so much for all the Taiyaki snack redeems. Hope you enjoy your snackies. What news do I have to share today? So yesterday I spent a lot of money yesterday. It was so bad. Let's call it retail therapy in its most basic form. So after work yesterday, instead of going home and having a meal with my mother, I decided to go out and have a meal with my food buddy instead, because we needed to de-stress from work and, just have good food and decompress and have a good little rant with each other. It was good. So we drove like an hour just to go get food. It wasn't even just 1 hour, it was 1.5 hours just to get food. It's not too bad. We're both adults. We're capable of doing the things. Hey, me too. I won't say what I got in here though. No, that's absolutely fine, Twirly. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that it's been stressful lately. So we went and got food. We spent probably like 50-60 pounds. Between two people, that isn't bad. That's not bad at all. And then when I came home, now this is the exciting part. When I came home, I went and pre-ordered a game. To be honest, I wanted to anyway. And this is a game that I wasn't going to wait for a discount on because, it was Monster Hunter Wilds and I pre-ordered it. And not only did I pre-order, I didn't pre-order just the basic game. I actually pre-ordered the premium deluxe edition. She's like, do you know what? I can, so why not? So I did. I can, why not? So I did. I pre-ordered the premium deluxe edition and I am so looking forward to it. I spent too much money yesterday too. Oh, no worries. Oh, I see, Twirly. Yeah, for retail. Yeah, exactly. So if I can eat a whole chocolate cake, I should. Yes, Barry, always. Do you know what I want to do? Well, it's Jet, so it must be karaoke time. No, Cooper, it is not karaoke time. You will never get karaoke time, ever, unless, it's in person. I don't mind doing karaoke in person. That I don't mind, especially with like a big group of other people. And then it'll be more fun. Me on my own, on stream, not so much fun. But yeah, so I pre-ordered Monster Hunter. I cannot wait. I am so excited. I haven't even completed World yet. So I own Monster Hunter World on PlayStation 4. And I got to the very, very last beast, which I, to this day, still haven't been able to defeat. Mostly because I prefer to play solo. So going up against that creature alone is... ask Cooper as your duet partner if he wants to see you do karaoke. Will you sing with me, Cooper? Will you be my singing partner? Oh my god. So Monster Hunter World, I didn't complete it, and then I went and bought it on PC, but it was I didn't buy. I didn't pay the full price because it was on sale. So when they announced Monster Hunter Wilds, they then did a massive discount on a lot of the Monster Hunter or other of the Monster Hunter games. There'll be delay, but sure. Doesn't mean I still do it, Cooper. Oh dear. So they did a massive sale when they announced Wild, and I went and bought Monster Hunter World plus Iceborne as well, which is the additional part of the game to World, which I haven't actually played yet, and I do want to. So I do want to play some more of Monster Hunter during my streams, or even just off stream. I should put some time into it because I absolutely adore that game. And then I also got Monster Hunter Rise as well, but I've got that on Switch as well as PC now. I might one of these days I might just be like, hey sister, do you wanna like, you know, play Monster Hunter Rise with me? I'll play on PC and you can play on the Switch, or vice versa, whichever one you prefer. And then I also have Monster Hunter Stories, the second one, and I'm waiting for the first one to go on discount, and then I'll play the stories on stream, because I feel like, because it's got a story to it, it might be a bit more entertaining than Monster Hunter itself. I don't know, we'll see. But Jesse literally says 2019 concert in game, so you should sing in the dialogue. I am not singing in no dialogues. I get all the discounts. Exactly, discounts all the way. Rise is pretty good, but I think most folks are sticking with World. Yeah, I mean, I personally, Rise doesn't quite do it for me. I feel like the gameplay isn't quite there, and I think it's because I haven't tried it on the PC yet, so I might change my mind when I try it on the PC, but on Switch it just doesn't feel as good. And I don't know if it's because of the gameplay or the controller. I'm very particular, I know, or just I don't know. Yeah, so I have played Rise a little bit, but yeah, it just didn't feel as good as World. So I do revert back to World quite a bit, and I don't know why I bought Rise, because I already knew that it wasn't one that I particularly enjoyed, and yet here I am buying it on discount. It's just buying it for the sake of it. Is the controller and the Switch chugging during gameplay? Possibly, yeah, it could be. So like I said, I might change my mind when I play on the PC instead, because I do have it on PC. So I mean, yes, Rise do have dog. They're not, I mean, are they doggos or are they wolves? Because they're big enough for you to use them as steeds. I don't want to say you can ride them because it just sounds so wrong. I still said it. But are they doggos? Okay. But yeah, they're big enough for you to use them as steeds, so you can go faster. I have Rise on Switch, so we might. Yeah, I mean, that is something that we could do, like play together. I mean, I could, like I said, I think it's cross-platform as well, Shumi. So I can, if I prefer it on the PC, I'll probably play it on the PC. But I think co-op gaming on Rise is a lot easier to do than it is on World. World is a little bit weird when it comes to co-op gaming, because you both have to either have met the monster first to then be able to do a co-op gameplay, which is really stupid in my opinion. Like, you can't just be like, one person's already met it and then you can just join that other person's game. You have to have both met it, and it's kind of annoying. I don't think Rise is, if I remember correctly. Oh, is it not? Wait, hang on. Let me double check. I'm sure it is. Is Rise cross-platform? Oh, it's not. You are right. Boo! That sucks. Why did they not make it cross-platform? Would have been so much more fun. Man, no, that's fine. I can play with you on the Switch instead. That's fine too. I haven't played Rise in about a year now, since my friends went back to World. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that, Cooper. But yeah, no, I personally prefer World. It's just more fun. But one of the things that I learned about Wilds is that you can have the stats of certain gears, but then glamour it to make it look like other types of gear, which is one thing I really do enjoy, because whilst the stats on certain gears are amazing, but they're not to my liking, like looks wise. I'm just like, let me use these, let me use this armor instead, please. So I am looking very forward to receiving Wilds. I need to check that it runs okay on my sister's laptop actually. I still need to download that tester package that they released, just so that people can just make sure their systems can run it and whatnot. I don't care if my system can run it or not, because do you know what? I have the game. It'll be ready for me to play when I can play it, right? Right? So yeah, so that's the fun news. I also have another bit of fun news. So I finished Doki Doki Literature Club, and I mean, I didn't complete it. We managed to get one of two endings, which is fine, because we will come back to it and try and get the second ending. I need to do a bit of homework though to see how I can achieve the other ending, or what is required of the other ending. And because I've already played the game once, spoilers won't be too much of an issue. But before we go back into playing Doki Doki, I will be playing some other games in between. And one of the first ones that I do want to play is Urban Myth Dissolution Center. It is an absolutely stunning looking game, and I've been waiting for it to release for a few months now. I can't say forever. It's not been forever. It's been a few months. And I just cannot get over how stunningly amazing the game looks. It's a pixel art game. So we will play that on Tuesday, and hopefully we'll be solving some myths. But before that, we will continue with our investigations, seeing as we won't be going to court because we still don't know who murdered Bronco Knight. It wasn't actually... We never did discuss. We just found out that it wasn't... You can get the other endings easily. Just get back to it when you feel the itch. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably do like a few other games in between, maybe 2 or 3 games in between, because I have a massive list of games on my Steam that needs to be completed, because I still need to finish off like the To the Moon series, and I need to also finish off the Strange Man series as well. Yes, continue. Because we managed to get one of the endings for the Boogeyman, and then there are 4 other endings for it, so I need to set up the game to get the 3 other bad endings, and then we'll start from the beginning and try and get the good ending. But again, I need to do homework to check out what I need to do. Okay, so yeah, we discovered that the murderer wasn't Sowit, and the murderer? Not murder. And the murderer wasn't Bodhidharma. So we thought it was Bodhidharma, but it's not. And then we later thought it was Rocco, because he's then escaped from prison. I forgot about this case, to be fair. That's fine. That's why I'm doing a recap, because I can't remember. I can remember, but only bits and bobs. So yeah, we thought it was Bodhidharma, but it turns out it wasn't. It was just that Bodhidharma's chisel was used for the act of the murder. We also discovered that it wasn't Rocco, and Rocco's only crime was escaping the prison. I'm starting to think it might actually be Simeon for some reason. I don't want to, but I do have a feeling it might be him. Maybe they were friends, and maybe, I don't know, Bronco Knight jilted Simeon or something. Because there's not many other people. So we know it's not Kay, definitely not Kay, definitely not Gumshoe. Bronco Knight is the one who's the victim. Could it be Eddie Fender? It couldn't be, right? Rocco already said it wasn't him. Verity Gavel probably isn't her, because she's a judge. I mean, Eustace, he's pretty useless. I don't think it's him. I don't think he has the brains for it. I mean, Simeon seems rather cute and like innocent, but maybe the writers gave us a little twist. Could it be Fifi Lagarde? I don't think so. I mean, Frank Sowit's a bit too much of a coward. He's already said that it wasn't him. I don't think it was Lang, because Lang came and went. I don't think it's Regina either. So the suspects, honestly, is Fifi and Simeon, in my opinion. But I guess we'll find out. So let's go. Here we are again. Let's hope we can find something this time that will finally reveal the truth behind it all. Although, that might be easier said than done. There's something left to investigate. Judge Gavel's deduction yesterday. Oh yeah, because then we had to take a day's break because Fifi was like, oh, well, visiting hours are over. You must all go home. And we were like, no, we're not done yet, Fifi. But the judge then overruled all of us and said, no, you must all go home. So we did. There is another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop at some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint? Had Knight's body really been thrown down the well? The answer to that question will surely show us the way forward. But before we begin, I should tidy up my organiser a little. Are we going to discard a load of evidence? Unnecessary evidence has been removed, remaining evidence has been rearranged. Let's see here. Huh? There's a cover on it. A dried up well slap bang in the middle of a prison. Figures it'd be locked. Well, luckily I'm a master lockpicker. Want me to do my stuff? I think not. We'll do this investigation by the book. Oh, come on. Don't be such a stick in the mud. Whoa. What is it, Kay? The lock's broken, and from the looks of it, it's been broken for a long time. I knew it might be broken. I just had it in my head. It's like, there's a lock there, but how did they unlock it? And they didn't. It's broken. If that's the case, then anyone could have thrown Knight's body down the well. Judge Gavel's theory was that Mr. Saint carried out the murder here in the yard. And then, during the performance, he threw the body down the well. What are you thinking, Miles Reno? Miles Sereno, even. Plausible or no? Oh, why don't we see if Missile can help us out again? He'll be able to tell us if Mr. Knight's body was here and which way it went. Good idea. I'll call Detective Gumshoe. Gumshoe speaking. Detective, I need your assistance. Come to the prison yard and bring Missile with you. You bet, sir. Gumshoe, 7 secret weapons to the rescue again, huh? I'm fairly sure Missile belongs to the precinct. I'd also like you to bring one of our witnesses. Call the Berry Big Circus and ask Miss Regina Berry to come down here with you. Yes, sir. I'll be there before you know it. Getting straight in. So, what shall we do while we're waiting for Gummy? How about a quick game of hide and go seek? A fun idea, kiddo, but where exactly would we hide? He's not seriously considering it. Your game can wait, Kay. We need to call on one of your more practical skills. I think you know the one. Oh, you bet I do. One crime scene recreation coming right up. Say what now? Let me show you. Introducing the Great Thief's great secret weapon, Little Thief. I did wonder if we were going to use Little Thief. Whoa, screens appearing from thin air. This is some next level tech, little sis. Want to talk me through the deets? What are you doing now? I'm inputting everything we need for the simulation. Allow me to explain. This is Mr. Thief. It's a device that can recreate crime scenes at specific moments in time based on data you feed it. How about I start us off with a recreation of what the yard looked like yesterday? Good idea. That was when they were in the middle of tearing down the stage. We didn't pay much attention to the well then. Who knows? We may have overlooked something. Leave it to me. I'll use the photo I took. Beepity beep boop beep. That's all the data. Just gotta pump the projection power to max, and dark skies of evening when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. I love the fact that she calls it Little Thief and then Edgeworth is like Mr. Thief. Kind of reminds me of Pumbaa from The Lion King. It's Mr. Pig to you. Hey, Ipes, what is this? It's a recreation of how things were yesterday, modelled on the data I gave Little Thief. This gadget was a tool used by the original Yatagarasu, but they use it to plan robberies. Well, there's no harm in using it for something on the right side of the law now. Hey, Sandwichy, thank you for redeeming Taiyaki Snack. Hope you're having a lovely and wonderful weekend so far. It's a hydrate and a stretch. Okay, so I'm expecting a fart to come next, yes? Or are you going to be like, well, now that she said it, I'm not going to redeem it. Do you like the new image? I worked very hard on that.
So funny, girl.
I am funny. Right, that's your hydrate. I have citrus tea with me today. And let me give you that stretch as well. Hey. Oh, stretchy. But yeah, so I've been working on that drawing for like the past week. It's taken me a little while because my creativity isn't quite there at the moment. It's a little bit lacking, so I'm trying to find ways to bring it back. But yeah, now when you redeem the fart, a little image of me comes up in the corner actually doing the fart. And I've had to put it on a 3-minute cooldown, I think, because I know what you guys are like. You guys will just spam it, and I'm like, you guys want to break my stream. So instead of letting you break my stream, I've just set it so that there's just a little bit of a gap in between. Oh, but keep in mind that you can only recreate what you tell it to. It can't simulate things it doesn't have data for, and if the data itself contains mistakes, then you'll wind up with those same mistakes in the recreation too. But this particular recreation is based on case photo, so we shouldn't run into any problems. Sad times. You just have to wait 3 minutes. 3 minutes isn't that long, Sandwichy. It's fine. That's enough pre-removal. Shall we get started? Let's go. Don't forget, you can examine stuff in the recreation, just like in real life. You can also present evidence to try to clear up any inconsistencies you find. Of course, thank you for the reminder. Now, let's take a look at the well. Okay, so it's the well that we need to go to. Oh yeah, there's a pulley system.
No. Cringe.
Wait, why is it cringe? Why is it cringe? Man, if only, like, I probably wouldn't want to learn to play the banjo, but being able to play the banjo seems pretty cool. We should examine this area carefully. It may just hold the clue we need. Okay, so we know that the lock is broken. The well was behind the stage, which means there aren't many people who could have thrown Knight's body down during the show. This is looking worse and worse for Mr. Saint. Okay, so there's a weight of 30 pounds, which is about 50 kilos, give or take. It's a metal weight of some kind. It looks like it weighs... The projection makes it a little tricky to read. Do you remember how heavy it was, Kay? Sure, it was 30 pounds. What does anyone need such a heavy weight for anyway? It doesn't seem related to the circus show at any rate. I'm not bullying chat. Why would I be bullying chat? You guys are the only ones that come in and bully me. It doesn't seem related to the circus show at any rate. Oh, does it not? There's a sturdy looking hemp rope lying on the ground. Kind of reminds me of the ropes we used for playing tug of war in school. The answer's no, Kay. What? I didn't even say anything yet. I see it also has a metal stake attached to one end. Oh yeah. It looks like something you'd use to put up a tent. But there was no tent, was there? In which case, what was it used for? Bullying us for bullying you is still bullying. No, I would never bully chat. What are a bunch of pulleys doing there? They don't seem to be well pulleys for lifting buckets. So, what do you think all the stuff around the well was used for? I can't see any of the animals needing them for their part of the performance. Indeed, nothing immediately strikes me as a likely purpose. We'll have to ask Miss Berry later. I'm not done investigating. Oh really? No more to be found here? What's the point in letting me... It looks like this was designed for raising and lowering a bucket. No sign of the bucket though. Okay. Let's look at the stage. Yes, this is where the circus stage, show stage stood. Do you think people would be interested in the Great Thieving Show? I'm sure the police would be very eager to attend. To attend and arrest her? What was the name of our trunk happy friend again? Azia, the Asian elephant. Of course, how can I forget? Not exactly inspired though, is it? Was Miss Berry having an off day when she came up with it? Oh my gosh, Mr. Edgeworth, not in front of the poor elephant herself. I suspect that's about all there is to find for now. Detective Gumshoe should be here soon too. Most of the chat are kind-hearted people that enjoy the sounds of farting. Stop bullying them because of bullies like me. Justice for chat. What? To remove the cooldown? I'm not removing the cooldown. You guys will break my stream. Okay, you can bow down, Mr. Thief now. Sure thing. Prepare to return to normality. Oh, was that it? For investigations? Okay. Sorry, sir. I came as quickly as I could. It's Gumshoe! Ha, speak of the devil. Let us fart. You can fart in your own time and in your own space. just not so much in my space, alright? Ah, detective. That was indeed impressively quick. You know me, sir. Never did like to keep you waiting. Thanks for coming all this way too, Regina. You just waited. You just could not help yourself. You guys are just going to wait for the cooldown to end and then just redeem it every 3 minutes, aren't you? Thanks for coming all this way too, Regina. No problem. This seemed way more fun than rehearsals, so I ditched them for the day. It's very much appreciated. Alright, detective. Let's get started with Missile. Singing a spam hydrate. Oh, and a stretch. Oh my god. Okay. Do I need to create things with more points for you guys to redeem? Okay, that's the hydrate done. Oh no. Get back on. Oh no, the lid's not going back on. Oh. And a big stretch. Big stretch. Okay, there we go. Alright, detective, let's get started with Missile. Yes, sir. Hey, Missile, over here, boy. Oh? What's the matter? Come on, boy. Come on. Oh. What's wrong with him? Looks like he's scared of something, sir. Oh, it's the alligator or crocodile. Alligator? I guess he's not a fan, sir. Well, I doubt he'll be of much help to us like this. Do you think the alligator could be the one that could have killed Bronco Knight? I mean, kind of makes sense. What if the pond is connected to the well? No, it can't because otherwise it'd be flooded, right? Or could it? Any bright ideas, Malzarino? Yes, actually. Miss Berry, would you mind lending us a hand? Oh, I'd love to. Just tell me what you need. Do you want me to teach Ali some tricks? I don't doubt she could do it, but nothing quite like that. I'd simply like an account of what the yard looked like during the show. I like where this is going. You're thinking of using Little Thief again, am I right? If you'd be so kind. So Missile doesn't like Ali the alligator. Okay, I've put in all the data, firing up the simulation. Oh, so we don't actually get to hear what Berry says. Here you go. This is what the yard was like during the show. The time at which the body was purported to have been thrown down the well. Oh wow, this is so amazing. It's like magic. No magic here, just sweet data. Which is why... area behind the stage is missing. Yeah, Regina says she wasn't involved in getting the stage set up. So we don't have any data on what it was like back there. No data, no simulation, huh? Brutal. I'm so sorry, you guys. It's all because I let Simeon do everything by himself. Oh, no. It's all my frilly associate's fault. Objection, Fender. Anyway, we've got a fresh simulation now, but we'll still have the other data too. I can switch back whenever you want to the recreation of them taking down the stage. So we can examine the scene both during and after the show, and switch between the two at will. I can switch between the recreations by using X to talk with K. Now then, let's continue our investigation, shall we? Oh, so we can switch? Okay. Well, oh, sorry, Kay. You're kind of in my way. A story of forbidden love between a tiger and an elephant. Wish I could have seen it. Wish I could have seen Simeon. Wish I could have seen Simeon up there on that stage too. Oh, he was wonderful. The way he flew off that stage. Ah, yes, that scene. This victory is depicted with a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage. Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in the performance. And you're saying the crime took place during that time. Roughly how long would you say Mr. Saint was off stage for, Miss Berry? Let's see. I guess it was around 15 minutes. Just as Judge Gavel said. Isn't it pretty hairy health and safety wise having an elephant fling a guy off the stage? Not at all, as he is very gentle. I'm not sure it changes much if she flings him gently or roughly. Too gentle, in fact. When we first rehearsed it, she barely nudged him. But by the end, he was flying off that stage. Not because of Zia, though. Seeming to figure out some kind of trick, apparently. Isn't that amazing? A trick? Do you have any idea what kind of trick? Who, me? Oh no, it was Simeon's big thing. I wouldn't know where to start. Oh, was he using the pulley system to drag himself plus the 30-pound weight? Break my stream by removing... Oh my god. No, Shroomy! How could you? I need to do a sound alert for Simon Says. Do I have to read that? Fine. Fine. I will let Sandwichy break my stream by removing the fart cooldown. Doesn't mean I actually have to do it. Does not mean that I actually have to do it. Just because you make me say it does not mean that it will happen. Not happening. Right. The chairs are lined up neatly for the show, though we know there were a few empty seats during the performance. Something about this space, the way the seats are arranged. It reminds me of a karaoke contest I entered as a kid. You entered a karaoke contest? I sure did, and I came in second. Even in the depths of night when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's blight. Tell me you didn't actually sing that. I sure did. She did well to take a second place. Or perhaps stole is more apt. Or is it more that she failed to steal first place? I'm overthinking this. You're so rude to her sometimes. Yeah, I need to add some sort of like sound triggers as well for Simon Says. The basket was empty in the other recreation. Oh yeah, it was most definitely empty in the photo I took too. Oops, sorry. I made a mistake when I was filling you in earlier. Oh. That basket's for holding Zia's food, but on the morning of the show, all the apples that were in it had vanished, poof. I totally forgot to mention it, sorry. Disappearing apples? I should make a note of this. No, you can't clip me saying something that was redeemed. It does not count. It's the pen that held Zia, the Asian elephant. Now empty as the lady herself is on stage. I wonder how they got her in here in the first place. What do you mean? Well, the entrance to the yard is people-sized, and there's like a gazillion megawatts pumping through that fence. Kind of risky, no? I don't know if one turned off the electricity. Yeah, but then all the prisoners would escape. Through an entrance blocked by an elephant? I think not. This is a real puzzle, all right. I'll need to give it some more thought. She seems to be enjoying the challenge. You obviously... I mean, I said it, but it was redeemed. It can't be counted as legitimate. She seems to be enjoying the challenge. I'll leave her to it. Okay. So examine the stage. Examine that. But the well is... It would appear that we're missing some data for this point in time. Yep, that's about the size of it. You gotta go steal us some data. I don't steal data, Kay. I use logic and deduction to get what I need. Well, I'm more of an act first, think later gal. Please don't add to my workload with your recklessness. I'd hate to have to order your arrest. Okay, so that means we need to start piecing things together. Okay. Items around the well. South show alongside Regent Tiger. Saints big moments. A trick. Oh, so the trick so you're going back in your word. I know. Right, I said it, but it was redeemed. You can't hold me to a redeemed comment. I refuse. Oh my god. I refuse to let you guys bully me into submission. I refuse. Oh dear. Unfollow. You're just gonna follow again. Don't think I don't know your tricks already. Right. I think these three are linked together, but I need to think of how pulleys the right way. What were they used for? Right. I think these two here are linked because his trick must be where he's used the "I'll protest fart for you" sandwich. No, Pixie, don't do that. And thank you for the, is it 30 bits? Yeah, it is 30 bits. Thank you for the 30 bits, Shroomy. Very much appreciate it. The trick Mr. Saint performed for his big scene. He's protesting because there's the 3-minute cooldown because of the fact that I've now got a drawing that pops up. And I don't want to break my stream because of that. You guys are terrible. Bullying me. I don't want to break my stream. Fine. Right, fine. Okay, the cooldown is off. There you go. Oh my god. Fine. Fart to your heart's content. Stinking up my space, my area. You like being bullied though? Oh no, the smell. Exactly. Chat is not innocent, Shroomy. You guys are all terrible. Also, what sound alert should I use for the Simon Says? Could have something to do with all the items we found by the well. Okay, I'd like to have another look at the equipment around the well from yesterday. Can you and Mr. Thief bring up the recreation from when they were tearing down the stage? You got it. Oh no, the smell. We'll just have to Febreze the spa out, I suppose. We're bullied into remove then cool down. God's sakes. I shouldn't let you guys bully me too much. Taking another look at these items. Could they not have been used for this trick of Mr. Saint's? Go on then, go cry. Go cry your eyes out, little baby. I will cry. I'll find a corner and I'll cry my eyes out. You guys are such bullies. Simon Says, can be a voice recording saying Jetso has a very important message. Oh my god. No, Jetso, don't cry. Do I need to say Jetso has a very important message, or should I get someone else to say it? Sounds plausible enough. Hey. Sounds plausible enough. Hey, I can maybe add it to the simulation. You can record it? Yeah. Yes, that'd be amazing, Barry. Yeah, if you record it, I'll add it on, and then I'll have it flag up when it's redeemed. Good idea. Please go and ask Mr. Saint for the details. Or I can just do a weird... I mean, you can. I mean, the hydrate redeem is weird enough as it is. What's one more weird noise? Roger that. I'll be right back. I'm back, and he told me exactly how he did it. Excellent. Well, how does it work? You'll work on it later. No worries, Barry. No rush. He said he used a pulley at the top of the well to suspend a heavy weight from a rope and lowered that down into the well. Do you think... Oh my god. Do you think it was by accident? Do you think Bronco Knight was crawling through the space because he discovered it under his bed? And then he crawled through it, thinking that maybe he discovered something. And then it just happened to be at the same time as when Simeon was doing his trick and the weight landed on his head, which knocked him out. And then the dog, what's his name? Helmut came along and then dragged. Oh, but then someone needed to have stabbed him. Because we know that the chisel was used several times to stab the guy, but I still think he was maybe knocked out by Simeon by accident. But who would have stabbed him? Jesse, you can join the link as well. I'll take a look at it a little bit later. I don't think my computer can. So my computer is quite old. It's from 2017. I've had it for like 8 years now. And whilst I can still stream and draw and stuff on it, it struggles a lot with OBS. Oh my god, it's a kitty apocalypse. Is it a song or just a general video? But I'll take a look at it after stream. The end of the rope went through 2 more pulleys. But yeah, what if Bronco Knight was crawling through the tunnel space just as Simeon was doing his trick, which meant that the 30-pound weight landed on his head, which then knocked him out. And then, I don't know, maybe Helmut dragged him off and then someone else stabbed him. I can't think of who, though, would have stabbed him. I guess we'll find out. The other end of the rope went through 2 more pulleys and was tied around his body. I see. So he used the downward pull of the weight to help him launch himself into the air. But how did he make sure the weight only dropped when he wanted it to? He used a stake to stop it, that's how. Miss Berry didn't seem to know anything about the trick or the contraption he built for it. In which case, I suppose it must have been Mr. Saint himself who pulled out the stake. That's right. And to do that, he used a second length of rope. Maybe No, okay. No. My brain's just thinking maybe it was Saint after all, but I just... There's something that doesn't quite add up. We will continue. He tied it to the stake, and then when he gave it a sharp tug, the stake was released and the weight dropped down the well. It's a great trick. I have to steal it. This one has to go in the Great Feast repertoire. It may not be quite that easy. These kinds of circus tricks can require years of practice to master. Simply stealing the idea won't be enough. Alright, practice it is then. Well, before you run away to do so, would you mind updating the simulation? Oh, right. Then we can see how it all worked for ourselves. Are these lawyers moonlighting as detectives? No, well, here's the thing. So Edgeworth is actually a prosecutor who has been removed from the case. So instead of going at the case from the angle of a prosecutor, he is now moonlighting as an attorney, which then has granted him permission to investigate the crime scene to then help better defend his client, who is Saint Simeon. So yes, they are moonlighting, but not as detectives. They're moonlighting as attorneys who are pretending to be detectives, because Detective Gumshoe isn't really doing his job as a detective. He is just stood around helping us. Bless him. Okay, I'm switching back to the recreation of the performance. And now to add the data. The top thief should be able to reproduce the trick now. So this is how Mr. Saint performed his trick. Wait, but the 30-pound weight is still there. It's not tied at the end. What's going on? Simeon's full of surprises, huh? I mean, dropping a weight down a well to help him fly off the stage like that. That's genius. Indeed, but I imagine he would have needed quite a lot of weight, more than him, at the very least. It would have taken some serious pull to lift him into the air like that. Yeah, and probably a ton of practice. But the weight is still there. It should be tied at the end, shouldn't it? That's one heavy weight. Kind of makes you think how much this must be all weighing on. Oh my god, my reading. That's one heavy weight. Kind of makes you think how much this must be all weighing on Simeon. It does. I'm not sure I quite see it myself. Oh, too bad we don't have the real thing here. Otherwise, I'd hang it around your neck like a big old albatross. Then we'll see how you like it. You'd face some stiff resistance if you tried, I can promise you that. This tarp, it's just like the one we saw in the workshop. This tarp, it's just like the one we saw in the workshop. Yes, but why is it here? But why is it here? Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth? You've gone kind of blank, and I intend to stay blank until you stop stealing my thoughts. She's a mind reader. Mr. Saint used the well to construct a contraption that would send him flying from the stage. He made clever use of 2 ropes. Okay. And a pulley system. A pulley and a rope. I suppose the 2 do tend to go together. They sure do, like a great thief and her treasure. Can't have one without the other. Sorry, but the proper pairing in this case is a great thief and a set of handcuffs. Is he gonna arrest her? This is the rope that was hanging down the well. But there's no piñata at the end of it, and definitely no bucket. Do try to be serious, Kay. Oh, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. So, cut it out with that stare of yours. Actually, she may be onto something. We might want to consider what could have really been attached to the end of the rope. It was Simeon, no? But it's at the... Okay. Let's see what we can get. Azia, £30 weight, fully force. Day before the show, but was gone by the next morning. Something heavier than Saint himself. £30 is not heavier than Simeon's Saint, so I think it's the apples, right? The use of the apples. No, okay. There's no logical connection between these 2 things. Maybe it is a £30 weight though. I still don't think £30 is enough to actually weigh him down. Wait, doesn't this seem odd to you? No. You haven't noticed, Detective. There's something strange about the weight we found. How heavy it is. The one weight on its own wouldn't have been heavy enough. A single £30 weight couldn't have lifted Mr. Saint off the ground. Oh yeah. In which case, could there perhaps be some weights missing? Sounds like a job for my 7 secret weapons, sir. Should the need to use them arise, I suppose I should speak with him then. Wait, so it wasn't heavy enough. I think the apples were used. No, really? I mean, the disappearing apples could be Nazia, but I don't know. We'll see. Right, let's speak to... don't say a word, sir. I know just what you're looking for. It's written all over your face. It is. Missile may be temporarily out of action, but my fishing rod is good to go whenever you need it. Oh, and if you want to give the metal detector a shot, I have that too. I've never seen him so excited. I'll be sure to let you know if I need either of them, Detective. Wait, hang on. Why the metal detector? Maybe insufficient weight and metal detector? Detective, I have need of one of your secret weapons. Roger that. The metal detector, if you would be so kind. Ah, jeez. I'm never going to get to use my fishing rod. Oh, no. Gumshoe. Just go to the ocean and do some sea fishing. It's fine. You can use it there, or go to a lake or something. I don't know how fishing works in America. I don't know if you need a license, but in the UK you need a license, and it's not a license. I don't know if you can just get one general license or if you have to get a license per area, and they're not that expensive. I think it's like well, it depends. I think like for a day license, it's like $5 or something. I might be very wrong. I can't remember. Because my sister and her boyfriend does fishing. And every now and then when we go on trips and stuff, they'll get like a day license just so that they can fish in the local like lakes and stuff. And obviously there are signages that say that either you have to have a license or you have to be a membership or just no fishing whatsoever. You need a license in the Netherlands as well. Oh, okay. So yeah, it's probably just quite a general thing then. Needing a license to fish in certain areas. I mean, fishing is quite a long kind of hobby thing to do. Well, I say long, it requires a lot of patience, but it's good for if you're looking for something that's just peaceful and quiet and just not very much to do and you're just chilling. You need a license, freshwater or saltwater in each state. Oh, okay, yeah, so it must be like quite a general thing then in requirement of licenses. I mean, I say a lot of places do require it, but some people just don't bother. Some people just don't bother, which I have seen. I'm like, it's fine. No one's going to find out. It's like, but they're requiring you to have a license, and there's probably a reason why to stop people from overfishing. And a lot of places also, when you fish, you can't keep what you fish. You have to put it back, or it has to be like a certain size or a certain weight before you can keep it. Obviously, it's to preserve the animals and creatures in nature in the area, which I can completely understand. Yeah, you need to know what you fish. You can't, no fish you can or cannot catch. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think I can't remember if it's an island or something where you can't, or maybe it is, I can't remember. This was again a few years back. It was salmon. So I think at one point in time in Ireland you could fish for salmon, but you couldn't keep it. You had to release it back. And then at another point in time there was so much salmon that you were allowed to fish and keep it regardless of size. Yeah, you need to know. I've already read that. I'm rereading the sentence again. But yeah, so I went to the Lake District with my family and we did some fishing there. And there wasn't much to fish. And we were there for like, 3 hours? And out of everyone who tried to catch something, I was the only one who caught this little teeny tiny pike. like this little teeny tiny pikefish, which was the size of my palm. I don't have very big hands. So it's the size of my palm. It had to be released back, which is fine. I was fine with releasing it. It wasn't that big a deal. So I took a little teeny tiny picture of me holding it, and as I released it, it hit me in the face and then went, bye-bye, see you later, motherfucker. I was just like, thanks, fish, thanks, bye. Bye. So that was my enjoyment with fishing. So before we get started, let me run you through how the metal detector works. It's simple enough. It uses this sound and this gauge to tell you how close you are to something made of metal. The closer you get, the more strongly it'll react. When it starts going wild like this, just give me the order to examine the spot where I'm standing. Say, what do we got here? Oh, the fence. Anyway, that's how it all works. You tell me where you want me to look, sir, and I'll get right on it. Oh, okay, so we go away from the fence. Oh, isn't that just a basketball stand? Oh, I got something. There's something here, sir. Oh, it's a gold coin, sir. What a find. It'll go down in history. I don't imagine a gold coin would stay hidden long in a prison yard. Oh, you found it. I never would have guessed it was hiding there this whole time. That's one of the coins from the big coin hunt we hold once every 2 weeks. Hey, that sounds kind of interesting. Must be fun for the whole family. Sure is. The prisoners have to hunt for the coins that warden buried around the yard. And if they find 3 silver coins or 1 gold coin, they can swap them for a jelly donut. First the show, now treasure hunt. Is this a prison or playground? Alright, let's get back to it. Oh, what's here? I found something. There's something here, sir. I don't see anything metallic. What did the detector pick up? I guess it must have just picked up some iron sand. Iron sand, as in sand you can pick up with a magnet. That's the stuff. You can find out at the beach sometimes. And I got just the thing we need here. Introducing secret weapon number 6 or 7. Are you making this up as you go along? A seemingly ordinary magnet that I found at the hardware store. Watch this. I just bring it close to the ground and ta-da! It's picking up the iron. Ooh, come on, little guy. Come to Papa. It must be nice to be so easily entertained. Regardless, the investigation must continue. How about the power room? Oh, what's here? Sir, I'm picking up something over here. Let's take a little look. Huh? I found these little guys in the grass. They're the same as the weight we found by the well. They must be from Mr. Saint's trick. Did someone hide these here on purpose? I count 4 together, sir. They would be more than heavy enough to send him flying, though somebody hid several of the same weights at the one by the well. But why? Why over here? Yes, nice work, me. Gumshoe giving himself the praise. Nice work, me. Well done. Alligator. That thing nearly gave me a heart attack. Huh? What's the matter, detective? It's a metal detector, sir. It's, reacting to the alligator. What? How? You're sure it's not responding to the weights we just found? No, sir. I'm sure this is something different. And I'm sure it's coming from the alligator. And she's gone. Do we have to catch the alligator? Ha! We scared that big snapper good. I don't think that's it, Kay. Huh? Then what is it? Ali hasn't been herself lately. And that's the name, Ali, the warden's favourite pet. She wouldn't even look at the food Warden Lagarde brought her yesterday. She was acting as if, I don't know, as if maybe she'd eaten something that didn't agree with her. And maybe the metal detector was responding to wherever she ate, sir. Oh no, what if she ate one of the weights? I highly doubt that even the alligator could swallow a 30-pound lump of iron. So what did the metal detector actually pick up? And why would someone hide those weights? Perhaps I missed something when I looked at the equipment by the well. Kay, could you recreate the scene again? Coming right up. So we need to look at the equipment again? Okay. What did we miss? I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. What can we deduce? What have we got in evidence? Oh, wait, hang on. Let's have a look. What evidence do we have? A contraption that used the well, a very heavy weight, 3 pulleys and 2 lengths of rope. Wait, 3 pulleys? There's only 2. Oh, she's eating the pulley, isn't she? This piece of evidence reveals a contradiction in the scene of the crime. Gonna need some more specifics here, Mr. Edgeworth. Gotta say, I don't get it either, sir. Well, if you look here... Oh, it's not? Come on, sir. You gotta give us more than that. Yes, this contraption. If I'm not imagining things, it's missing something. What else is it missing? The second piece of rope? Oh no, it's not that rope. Okay. What am I... Because it says 3 pulleys, but there's only... I mean, there's the third one up there. There's the tarp. So I'm raising their own bucket. I'm saying bucket though. What are a bunch of pulleys doing here? They don't seem to be well pulleys for lifting buckets. Oh. Wrong one. So this rope was used in Mr. Saint's trick during the show. That's one heck of a setup to pull off in a single length of rope. Simeon is more capable than he looks. Just one piece of rope. Okay, so it is the rope. It seems we have a contradiction in our hands. Right, okay, so because it says there's 2 pieces of rope used in the trick, but there's only 1 piece here. Okay, so that's the contradiction. Think about the 2 recreations, the one during the performance and the one we're looking at right now. There's a major difference between the 2, namely that one of the ropes is missing. Oh yeah! Mr. Saint's trick wouldn't work with only the items we see before us. So what happened? Where did the missing rope go? I think one of the pieces of evidence we've collected might tell us exactly that. Really? What shows us where the rope went? Here, this one. This rope was found beside a knight's body. Wait, you mean... Yes, it must have been the other rope used in Mr. Saint's trick. So you're saying, yes, that this rope did indeed have a weight attached to it. But it wasn't any of the iron weights we found. Those were hidden in the bushes and replaced with something else. What was it, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, I'm dying here. Think about what the rope we found in the workshop was related to. Do that and you'll soon figure out the answer. The weight dropped down the well in place of the iron weights was... Oh, we can't even... Okay. Knight's body. It can only have been Knight's body that was dropped down the well. What? Mr. Knight's body was the weight? Yes, somebody first swapped out the weights used for Mr. Saint's trick. Then, Mr. Saint used a contraption to make his exit from the stage. So was it Simeon then or not? Okay, so that makes more sense. I thought maybe the weights had dropped onto Knight's head, but as it turns out, it was Knight's body that got dropped, which means he probably hit his head against something post-mortem. When he let the rope around his body loose, both the rope and Knight's body fell to the bottom of the well. That rope was never used to restrain Knight. It was used to suspend his body halfway down the well. From this, we can easily see why most of the weights were hidden, so that no one would realise they'd been replaced with the body. Precisely, we can then further deduce that they were hidden by the killer. Whoa there, gang. Wasn't poor old Bronco stabbed in the neck? Wouldn't there be blood everywhere, including down the well? Oh, the killer thought of that, which is why they used this. What did the killer use to stop Knight's blood from going everywhere? The tarp. This tarp was found with the body. I think it's likely that Knight's corpse was wrapped in it. Oh, another piece of puzzle falls into place. It's all coming together now. Love it. But all we're doing is proving that the body did go down the well, which means we're helping to prove that Simeon was the killer. No, not quite. But what about what Judge Gavel said yesterday? Ah, but if Mr. Saint truly is the killer, why would he need to go to such lengths to commit his commit his crime? That's true. Knight's body fell down the well when Mr. Saint used his contraption during the show. Therefore, it reveals nothing about where the real killer actually was or what they were doing at the time. It's only designed to throw suspicion onto those who were not at the show. Yeah, I guess we did suspect Mr. Canis right away, huh? That was the killer's goal, to make us think that the crime took place during the show. The only other person who would have known. Is it Fifi? Do you think it's Fifi who murdered Mr. Knight? In other words, they used the well contraption to construct an alibi. Miss Berry, when exactly did Mr. Saint put his contraption together? It would have been the day before the show, the night before actually. Yes, we started getting ready for the show at around 9 PM, and I think we finished at around midnight. In that case, the killer must have switched the weights out for the body after that point. Miss Saint's trick data updated. Did Candace know about this contraption? Even if he did, he wouldn't have been able to do much with it. And I highly doubt that he taught his dog to suspend bodies halfway down wells. Which means Candace isn't the killer. Dun dun dun. Okay. What other logic pieces can we piece together? Body uses weight. Do you think these two go together? Oh, they do. I mean, I was like, but it's a bit obvious, isn't it? The apples in the basket were likely eaten by Zia. Really? That's strange. I made sure to put the cart where her trunk wouldn't reach them. Are you sure about that? Oh yeah, it was still full of apples the night before the show. And we must consider the possibility that the cart was moved to somewhere within Zia's reach. A large basket full of apples couldn't have moved by the wind, which likely means somebody moved it for a reason. So before the show had even started, the cart had been moved and its apples eaten. Yes, that seems to be the most probable timeline. Let's update the recreation, Kay. Will do. I'll add it into the simulation of the performance then. Let me just change back to that recreation first. Updating based on what Regina told us now. There, all done. Little wonder it smelled of animals. It was being used for the elephant. To hold Asia's apples, right? Yep, it was full of them the day before the show. So they vanished overnight. Oh, did you figure something out, Mr. Edgeworth? Quite possibly. Was the cart maybe used to move the body? They do link. The basket was moved the night before the circus performance, and we've deduced that the weights were swished out of the body at around the same time. Hard to chalk that up to coincidence, huh? Then the next question we should be asking is, why was the cart moved? I think I can hazard a guess. The cart would have been blocking that door, which can only mean that somebody needed to open it. Now let's see what's... Oh, great. It's locked. Let me ask a guard for help. Hey, Mr. Guard. Yes, miss. What can I do for you? That was fast. Guard, where's the key for this door? Oh, the warden keeps hold of that. I'll go ask her for it. I think it's Fifi. Warden the guard is the only one with a key. Meaning if somebody did open the door, they would have had to get it from her somehow. Thanks for the help. Look at all these breakers. They must control the electricity for the whole prison. So we're thinking somebody got in here the night before the show, right? But why? What were they trying to do? Well, I doubt they came here by mistake thinking it was a break room. They must have come to tamper with the switches. Did they turn off the power to something? Come to think of it, wasn't there something that lost power? What might have lost power had a breaker been flipped? The door sensors, right? Ah yes, if this had lost power, there would be in serious trouble. And how would that work exactly? Don't let your preconceptions hold you back, Kay. You need to think outside of the box. That's the key to coming up with ideas you've never imagined otherwise. Nice try, Mr. Edgeworth, but this one's a little too far out of the box. Oh, is it not that? That wasn't the answer. Electrical devices connected to this board would lose power if the breaker was flipped. Wasn't one of our pieces of evidence affected in just such a way? Did someone lose power? bracelets? Or time starts off. Oh, the CCTV. There was a 3-hour gap in the security camera footage. Oh yeah, there was. So somebody flipped the breaker it was connected to. It seems very likely. Do you think it was the killer? It's true that shutting off the cameras would have made things easier for them. It would, which means the killer would have to be someone who had access to the breakers, and it seems only one person has the key. It couldn't be, could it? Do you think Fifi did it to try and frame Bodhidharma, because she's been trying to question him to try and get information out of him, but he's refusing to talk? So maybe she did it just to frame him, to then force him to actually spill whatever information he had. It's Fifi. All right, little Fifi, your work here is done. Investigation complete. Oh, we don't get a full life back. Just close enough. Oh, it's these two. First, the scene. The early bird wins the worm. Good morning, Mr. Winner. How'd you get here before me? Good morning, Mr. Edgeworth. I see you've made an early start. And I see you've made a late one, Judge Gavel. This is not my only case. I am a very busy woman. Not all of us enjoy the freedom of a prosecutor relieved of his only current responsibilities. Oh, I do apologise. I meant, of course, an associate attorney. Associate. More like asinine. We'll see about that. Eustace, let us begin the investigation of the yard. Okay, I'll go get some officers to help. That won't be necessary. Why not? We've already finished investigating the yard and won quite the prize in the process. Won? But I'm supposed to be the winner. Your Honour. I'd like to revisit your theory from yesterday in order to thoroughly disprove it. I like it when he's smug. I would caution you to choose your words carefully, Mr. Edgeworth, as I'm sure you remember your badge is in my hands. How could I forget? You've told me several dozen times already. Perhaps you care to try a different threat. You have been warned repeatedly, yes, and each time my words seem to have fallen on deaf ears. Allow me to make this crystal clear. The committee cannot and will not tolerate insubordination. The fate of my badge and the whims of the committee are of no concern to me now. The only thing that concerns me is proving Simeon Saint's innocence. Interesting, and spoken like a true defense attorney. In that case, I shall be equally uncompromising. In the name of the goddess of justice, I will strike down your case without mercy, and when I am done, your career as a prosecutor will be over as well. I hope you do not come to regret this. Oh, she means it. She means business. My theory remains the same as when I related it to you yesterday. Mr. Carcerato did not see Mr. Knight's body when he passed through the tunnel. As such, the body could only have been dropped down the well during the show. We both know the only one who could have dropped the body down there during the show is Mr. Saint. That's still your assertion, and you can prove it, of course. Of course you can. Who do you think you're up against? What Eustace means to say is that we received the final autopsy report just ahead of our arrival. She really is a very busy woman, busy looking after baby Winner. The victim appears to have died the night before the body was discovered. In other words, the night before the show. The cause of death is as stated. It seems the wound is 4 inches deep. Simeon Saint was off stage for a period of 15 minutes. That's plenty of time for him to throw the victim's body down the well. Judge Gavel hasn't investigated the yard yet, which means... I fear there may be something of a flaw with your theory, Your Honour. You seem very confident of that. But do you have any evidence to prove it? Yes, I think I just might. Okay, we are going to press all of her statements. Let's go. That theory being that Mr. Saint was the killer. You're certainly clinging to it rather stubbornly. And you are certainly clinging rather stubbornly to the idea that Mr. Saint wasn't the killer. Do you have any conclusive evidence that he wasn't? Any idea who the real killer might be? I'd like to see that evidence you yourself have first. I'm in a mystery of the goddess of justice. My words are her words. But her words are wasted on you, I see. You would challenge me if I said the sky was blue. If this is this a court or a cult? If you truly mean to refute the word of the divine, then come, show me your evidence. Which is true, he wouldn't have seen the body because it was still hanging above. Isn't it possible that Mr. Carcerato simply failed to notice the body? Assistant to the Associate Attorney. You have been through the secret passage, have you not? Whoa, how'd you know? I noticed mud on you yesterday, on that charming key in your hair, to be precise. That's incredible. You could be a great thief with eyes like that. Answer me truthfully, in the name of the goddess. Would you or would you not have noticed a body had one been present? Well, you know, I guess I would have. There you have it. Mr. Carcerato did not see a body, which means there was no body there to see.
Hold it!
Could you talk us through your reasoning on that a little more? The day before the performance, Mr. Knight borrowed the keys from Mr. Carcerato. Or more specifically, the key to his cell. Mr. Knight then used the key to leave his cell and enter Mr. Saint's cage. Mr. Saint took Mr. Knight to the yard in that cage, and that's where he killed him. The following day, Mr. Carcerato crawled his way through the tunnel, but there was no body there yet. Wait a second, that doesn't add up. Mr. Carcerato smelled that sweet smell, so Mr. Knight must have been in the tunnel already. No, his body did not pass through the tunnel until some time after Mr. Carcerato crawled through it. Mr. Carcerato used the tunnel right around the time the show was starting. The body was discovered just after the performance ended, from which you deduce that the body could only have been thrown down the well during the show. Yes, and who the culprit must be. And the only one could have dropped the body down during the show is Mr. Saint. Are you sure about that? Could nobody else have done it? I understand that Miss Berry was on stage for the entire performance. Most of the prisoners were watching the show, and those who were not have plausible alibis. What about the guards? They too were watching the show, as was the warden. How can you be so sure? A guard could have easily approached the well unnoticed. None of the guards left their posts during the show. I've checked this for myself, you know. I took statements from each and every one of them. She's thorough. I'll give her that. Are you finally ready to accept the truth that the killer could only have been Simeon Saint? Judge Gavel hasn't carried out a full investigation of the yard yet, which means we've got the advantage for a change. I should review the evidence we gathered during our investigation of the yard. Okay, so we've pressed every statement, but nothing really like jumps out at me to say, hey, this is a contradiction. It's the same as yesterday. Miss Carcerato did not see Mr. Knight's body when he passed through the tunnel. And he, like we said, he wouldn't have because it wasn't there yet. As such, the body could only have been... What evidence do we have against this statement? Okay. So we know that as such... no. So the location in the power room just off the prison yard, where they tampered with the night before the body was found. Usually in the show to send Saint flying, the weights were replaced with the victim's bodies by someone. So I think it's this. Before we do present it, I'm going to save really quickly. Yes. Save. Let's go. Okay. Objection! The wrong statement. Would you mind taking a look at this, Judge Gavel? Am I expected to accept this as evidence? It appears to have no connection to my testimony. As such, the body could only have been dropped down the well during the show. We have no idea. Maybe it's this statement. Oh, it is this statement. Okay. Sorry, Your Honour, but there's something else you're going to have to take into account. The well in the yard was rigged up to create a certain unique contraption. A contraption? Go on. You will recall that Mr. Saint was sent flying from the stage by the elephant. I do, just before he was to be absent from some time. He was only able to fly through the air thanks to a weighted rope he tied around himself. Dropping the weighted end down the well allowed him to complete the trick. Wait, wouldn't that send him flying as soon as he set foot on the stage? It's simple, really. He kept the weight from falling by using the stake to keep the rope in place. With a second rope, he was able to pull the stake free, thereby controlling when the weight was dropped. We found evidence to suggest that the original weight was replaced with Knight's body. That was done by the real killer in order to create an alibi. The estimated time of death tells us that the murder took place early in the morning. The killer could have tampered with the contraption in the time between the murder and the show. You're saying Mr. Saint himself set this contraption up, right? Well then, who do you think is the number one most likely person to have used it to dispose of a body, Even you must see how this works. If Mr. Saint was the killer, he could have simply done as Judge Gavel theorised without these extra steps. Miss Berry. Yes? Does anyone else know how Mr. Saint's trick works? Well, let's see. We had to get the prison's approval on what we were going to perform, so I don't think Simeon's the only one he knows. And there you have it. Interesting. You have certainly been diligent in your investigation, and yet I fail to comprehend your actions still. Why do you not work to do what is right? Is what I am doing wrong? If so, who is it that deems it so? How can you not grasp even that? How can you not see that you are doing wrong at this very moment? You are a prosecutor and yet you aid the defence. This flies in the face of common sense. You are breaking every rule in the book. I think only of what is right and just and act as I see fit in each situation I am confronted with. This is the path I have chosen, and whether you can comprehend that choice is immaterial. But if you mean to stand in my way, I will fight back with all I can bring to bear. Perhaps the goddess of justice is testing me. Very well. If it is her will that we must fight, then I shall end this once and for all. Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth, for there is another reason why only Mr. Saint can be the killer. Oh, she has another reason? Or she has another reasoning? Okay. If the body was moved from the yard to the workshop, then Mr. Knight must have first been brought here to the yard from his cell. The only person who had the opportunity to do that is Saint Simeon, and thus he remains the only plausible suspect. Mr. Saint took a cage with him to Mr. Knight's cell. But why would he do that? Why take such an unwieldy object all the way to the holding cells? Yeah, it is pretty sus. But we've all met Mr. Simeon. That's exactly the kind of thing he would do. It's entirely plausible that he took the cage with him out of absent-mindedness and nothing else. It may be plausible, but it is no more or less plausible than him having helped Mr. Knight to escape. I need some real solid evidence if I'm going to get her to budge. Yard workshop. Okay. Then Mr. Knight must have been the first to brought here yard himself. But Simeon isn't only one. Was there really no other way he could have come here? Mr. Knight was awaiting trial. If he, a random non-inmate, had openly entered the prison proper, he surely would have been noticed. And presumably none of your witnesses have testified to having such a thing. What did he say? Testified to having seen such a thing. Precisely. Praise be to the goddess of justice for granting you this insight. So, as you will agree, it can only be that Mr. Knight was brought over here in secret.
Hold it!
She's really insistent that it was Simeon though. You're certain nobody else had the opportunity. Need I remind you that we are in a prison? The entire facility is monitored at all times. Anything out of the ordinary would have been spotted. But Mr. Saint was under the same scrutiny, was he not? The warden had granted the members of the circus troupe special access. As a member of that troupe, he, under the supervision of Miss Berry, he is the only person who was free to wander where he willed. It seems you've forgotten something, Your Honour. Forget is not a word in my vocabulary, Mr. Edgeworth. Very well, then recall this fact if you will. You claim that Mr. Saint is the only person who was free to walk around the prison. But there was a brief period of time on the day of the crime in this prison, a time when it would have been possible for anyone to move through the prison entirely unmonitored. What do I have that shows there is a period of time on the day of the crime where oversight was limited? It was the CCTV, because it was off. Mr. Saint is far from the only one who had the opportunity. What opportunity are we talking about again? We'd previously established that the time code on the security footage goes off by 3 hours. And from this we can deduce that there must have been a power outage lasting for that length of time, during which anyone could have moved around the prison undetected. Do you mean to say that our killer intentionally created this 3-hour gap? That is no simple camera that it was no simple camera malfunction. Is that even possible? It was completely possible to create the 3-hour gap using this. Our investigation of the yard turned up something rather interesting. A panel of breakers, one which can be used to cut the power to the security cameras. We also learned that the door to the power room may have been opened at around the time of the murder. What? Such a shame to see one so capable fall so short of the mark. Mr. Edgeworth knows what he's doing. Then how does he explain the lock on the power room door? Oh yeah, it was kind of locked up tight, and the warden's the only one with the key. Those breakers are vital to the prison's infrastructure. So I very much doubt that anyone could have gained access to the power room's key so easily. No, but one person could have. I beg your pardon? That person, the killer, had easy access to it. In fact, and what's more, their position here is such that nobody would dare question them. What? There's no one like that. The break-into electric fence is in there. They would be questioned in an instant. There's only one person who meets these criteria. I can hardly believe it myself, but I have to follow where the logic leads. It is Fifi! The person with access to the power room key was... Fifi Lagarde! The real culprit is... Warden Lagarde. Oh, just look at you. Aren't you the cutest little poochie wooch? He's not just a pretty face. Miss Hull also has quite the nose for sweet things. It seems he's smelling something very sweet indeed, and it's coming from you. Oh, darling, you're making me blush. Surely she's warm in that. She's very warm, Pixie. I mean, I know the weather's kind of cold here right now, but it doesn't look that cold there, does it? Oh, darling, you're making me blush. I'm not even wearing perfume. Then perhaps it is the sweet stench of death. You're a regular poet, aren't you? I had no idea. But if I didn't know better, I'd almost think you were calling moi the killer. That is precisely what I'm calling you. Oh my god, you used to stop hitting yourself in the face. Please. I already had to do a drawing last week because of this. It's just every single time. I'm just like, please stop hitting yourself. Oh dear. What? Warden Lagarde is the killer? Mr. Edgeworth, do you realise what you're saying? Oh, such a naughty boy. How could he suspect me? I'm the one in charge around here. It's like we're in the murder mystery, aren't we? And equally far-fetched. This is preposterous. Sadly, it is not, although I can hardly believe it myself. But this is where the evidence points. We must trust in the evidence. This piece of evidence proves that Warden Lagarde is the killer. It must be the light breakers, right? Darling, please, that's your damning evidence. It has nothing to do with me whatsoever, and you know it. Oh, it's not the breakers. Okay. Why don't you want him to hit himself in the face? For many reasons, Shrimp, because it looks like it hurts the poor baby in his poor little face. I'm not going to, did she call it? Yes, she did. She did call him a naughty boy, and I had to say it. Looks like that wasn't it. Miss I smelled something on Warden Lagarde just now. Whatever it was could be the key to this case. You're a hoot, Mr. Edgeworth, really you are, but can we dispense with the jokes now, This is no joke, Warden. You are the killer. Oh, really? Well, could you at least try and present some plausible evidence? So it must be related to whatever, something sweet. But what is the sweet scent anyway? Well, it must be the body.
Take that.
I'm gonna present it. Your scent betrays you, Warden. And here's your accuser. The police dog. We had him track a sweet scent that was lingering around Knight's body back when it was first found. He now appears to be smelling the same scent, and it's coming from you. Oh, darling, you're priceless, really you are. Your evidence is a whiff of suspicion. Verity, dear, do put him in his place. It seems Judge Gavel may have reached a similar conclusion to myself. You believe this to be no mere coincidence, Mr. Edgeworth? I do, after all. She had the key, and the scent found lingering on the body is hers as well. Were it just one or the other, we might be able to brush it off as coincidence, however. Indeed. Then it seems a conclusion approaches. Perhaps we should hear what the Warden has to say for herself. We should, and when we have, this case will finally be at an end. You're all being simply awful. Stop looking at me like that. Me, the killer? How could I possibly do such a thing? Verity told me everything she knows about the case, sweetie. The victim died in his cell, so by your logic I would have had to have killed him there. But how am I supposed to have moved the body, especially as I never went into the prison? I was too busy with work, you see. I was cooped up in my office until right before the show began. Check if you like. You won't find a record anywhere of my having entered or left the prison proper. That's because she switched off the cameras. I haven't the first idea what harebrained theories you little scamps have cooked up, but I'm innocent. There's simply no way I could be the killer. Give me a break. Missile doesn't lie. Don't make it hard on everyone and just come clean. Oh dear, I'm afraid you are the one making things difficult. As I just said, I never went into the prison. If you think I'm lying, go and check the records. She clearly wants us to check those records, which means they won't help us. We'll just have to find another way of getting the truth out of her. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, stop being a big silly. You've made a boo-hoo and you know it. Okay, so it's probably not this one. His cell. But we don't know that he died in his cell. The murder took place in his cell. He seemed very happy to accept that. And why shouldn't I? It seems the most likely place for it to have happened without drawing attention. And besides, they found Knight's blood in his cell. Yes, but that was from being struck by Mr. Carcerato. Although I needn't tell her that, I suppose. I take it there's also been no testimony to the contrary. What does it matter? A knight being killed in his cell doesn't go against any of the facts anyway. True.
Hold it!
Do you have any evidence that you didn't enter the prison? Please, darling, let me finish.
Hold it!
So you were in your office the whole time and you didn't notice anything unusual? No, I can't say that I did. And you didn't notice anything missing? I must confess, I'm a rather messy girl. And a forgetful one at that. I put something down and it's lost forever. It's a curse, darling, a curse. I even lost some important evidence recently. It was gone, poof, just like that. What? And she still has a job? Honestly, if somebody came into my office and took something, it might be years before I noticed. It seems like I'll need more than the power room key to expose her. On the day of the murder, I was working in my office. Oh, and looking for something I'd misplaced. Even if I had reason to go into the prison, I simply wouldn't have had the time. But no, he's right. She definitely wants us to check the records, but we'll find nothing. Sure, maybe he didn't go through the main entrance to the prison, but what if he took another route? Oh, come now, sweetie. Surely you don't mean that awful, filthy tunnel they discovered? Why, until yesterday I had no idea it even existed. No, you had another way in, I'm certain of it. A route that didn't require going through the main entrance or the tunnel. Or? The route you took went through this location. Oh, the yard, because, yeah, so it's her office into her personal garden, and then she could have gone through the gate and into the yard.
Take that!
Through the fence. Warden, you took Knight from his cell and brought him to your office, which just happens to be connected to the yard. If you had a way through the fence, then you would have been able to circumvent both the entrance and the tunnel. A gold star for creativity, darling. And how would I have gotten through the fence? The extremely high fence topped with razor wire with thousands of volts of electricity going through it. Yeah, how is she supposed to have gotten through that, The fence's electricity supply can be cut off from the power room, and only you had the key, Warden. No one but you could have done it. Utterly ridiculous. The power room is on the prison side of the yard. Warden Lagarde was on the detention center side. How would she have even reached the power room? Exactly, Verity, darling. Well, clever puss, you dug yourself a real hole now. If there's no record of Warden Lagarde having entered the prison proper, then the idea that she could have shut off the fence by using the breaker is out of the question. But there must have been some way she could have done it. Take a deep breath, big guy. Lose your cool and you've lost everything. But if I don't find a solution, she might still wriggle out of this. Hey, I said take a deep breath, not freak out and completely lose your cool. There's nothing to be gained by banging your head against the same wall, yeah? No matter how I look at it, Warden Lagarde couldn't have done it alone. Mr. Edgeworth, if you cannot find her, you aren't doing yourself any favours by obstructing justice with your silence. That was a reflexive objection. But now that I've yelled it, if I don't come up with an answer, it's all over. I have one more thing to add, if you'll permit me. Something that explains how the warden could have shut off the breaker from the wrong side of the fence. Yes, because it's not as impossible as it seems. What enabled her to shut the breaker? Oh my god, how? Not her position, no. An accomplice? Did she have someone that worked with her? It can't be in the time of murder, could it? Wait. Okay, so 3 hours. But do we know when it was estimated time of death is between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. on 27th. That footage is from 9 a.m. She must have worked really quickly then. Because it was shut off for 3 hours, so it was between 6 to 9. His time of death is 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. No, that can't be right. Well, okay, no, because we don't know when it was actually shut off. We just know that it's off by 3 hours. And the time of death is exactly 3 hours. What enabled her to shut off? The time of the murder? I'm gonna save. I think it's the time of murder. I don't think she had an accomplice. Because they've not pointed to the fact that she had an accomplice. The time of murder enabled Warden the guard to shut off the power. The time? Yes. Oh, maybe she had an accomplice. How exactly? I see you have no answer. No correct answer, it would seem. Oh, so she must have had. Okay. So it is pointing to an accomplice. Who was her accomplice? Was it Sowet? Or maybe someone else. No, because it couldn't have been Bodhidharma. She couldn't have done it alone, but what if she wasn't alone? Oh, now we're talking. Way to flex the old grey matter, kiddo. I believe that Warden Lagarde had an accomplice. But who was her accomplice? Enough, you disappoint me, Mr. Edgeworth. What do you mean? Mr. Edgeworth has said nothing wrong. The inmates of this prison are all issued with security bracelets. The ones that raise the alarm if people go where they're not supposed to. You see, you've realised your error, and we are, of course, within the prison grounds. Where not only are the bracelets worn, but even the guards surveil each other for signs of wrongdoing. And despite all that, no one noticed Mr. Carcerato's escape. Only ones who are free to roam are the animals, and they most certainly could not have operated the breaker. No, so our accomplice must be human. Maybe it was Sowet. Then who did it, given that it cannot have been a prisoner or a guard? I wouldn't be so quick to rule out either, Your Honour. The fact is, there is one person, someone whose movements were restricted. And I have just the evidence to show who that free roaming person was.
Take that!
It was Sowet. This is one of the prisoner's bracelets. Indeed, a broken bracelet belonging to a certain self-proclaimed model prisoner. What do you mean? And who is this prisoner? Frank Sowet, Warden Lagarde's favourite inmate. Oh, we got her! We got her! She was using Sowet! It's strange, isn't it, Warden? That he was able to keep his broken bracelet hidden and wander freely around the prison all the while. That is pretty funky, and I don't mean in a good way. It couldn't be the case that he was permitted some sort of special leeway, could it? Although you are in the habit of giving such leeway to certain others, Bodhidharma Canis, for example. Mr. Edgeworth, that is pure speculation. In that case, why don't we ask Mr. Sowet himself? I'm confident he'll confirm for us that he and Warden Lagarde were accomplices in this crime. If the two of them have worked together, a certain route into the prison becomes viable. The real route by which Knight was moved from his cell to the prison proper. Recall that there were two big obstacles in her path. First, a security camera outside Knight's cell. Second, the electrified fence in the yard. But she was able to remove both obstacles in one fell swoop. By having Mr. Sowet shut off the corresponding breakers. All right, Mr. Edgeworth, you've had your fun. And do you still deny it, Warden Lagarde? No, darling, you've got me, I admit it. Warden? Tell me this isn't true. Sorry, Verity, honey, I'm afraid it is. Frankie helped me do it. No way. You did it, Mr. Edgeworth. You got her. Nice shooting, cowboy. She won't be wriggling out of this now. As Mr. Edgeworth said, I had Frankie switch off the breaker. But we didn't kill Knight, did we? No, sweetums. No, we didn't. What? Warden, explain yourself. Oh, Verity, dear, I doubt your precious goddess will want to hear my excuses now. She is all merciful. You have but to confess and you shall be saved. Oh, gosh, all right. I was being threatened. I had no choice but to do as he said. Who's he? Bodhidharma Canis, that awful assassin. Canis? How long has it been since that awful man came here to my beautiful prison? I'll never forget the day he arrived. So, was she coerced? The moment we were alone, he said this to me. You should know that I have other dogs. Dogs not confined to this fine institution. Others? Yes, very loyal dogs. Dogs who will do anything I ask of them. Of course, he wasn't talking about real dogs. He was talking about his very human cronies. And then he said one last thing. I would recommend that you take care in how you treat me during my stay here. I wouldn't want to have to set my dogs on you. Or your precious family. I had no choice. I gave him that cell. I gave him everything he asked for. Everything. Wait. Is that how he became the fixer? Yes, darling. I obeyed his every command and smuggled in for him all that he wanted. Eventually, I brought dear sweet Frankie into our little conspiracy. He agreed right away, of course, because I made things easier for him too. So you were smuggling in contraband? How exactly? Once a week late at night, Frankie would shut off the breakers. That allowed me to go from my office into the yard without being seen by the cameras. Then I simply dropped the packages down the well on the prison side and went back through the fence. Hey Mia, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely and wonderful weekend so far. Hello, hello. Well, we are very close to the end of this case. Each one of them spritz with a little of my perfume. So that's what the sweet smell was. Yes, it was a signal for Canis's dog. When he picked up the scent, he'd fetch the packages and bring him back to his master. He had to make sure Rocco wasn't in his cell. We had to make sure Rocco wasn't in his cell at the time, of course. Couldn't have been easy keeping him from finding out. Oh, we're all very much creatures of habit here at the prison, darling. Everything runs to a scheduled meals, exercise hours, that sort of thing. We knew when he wasn't there. And that adorable little bear of his freezes with fright at the sight of Candace's dog. Poor thing. But there's no risk of him raising the alarm either. She has oversight over everything here at the prison, which made her the perfect mule. With her on his side, Canis couldn't fail. Frankie would sneak out again early in the morning to switch the breakers back on and our work was done. Apart from fixing the time codes on the cameras, which I would do later when I got the chance. You have shared a great deal, Warden. The Goddess of Justice will surely take your honesty into account. I've been the most dreadful fool, I know I have. I'm supposed to be the one in charge. The day of Knight's murder was also one of our delivery days, and so Frankie, bless his heart, did his usual work with the breakers. But there was no package for me to deliver that day, so I didn't go out into the yard. So that's the secret behind the fixer system, why she was... The police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me, but no matter what I say or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word. That's why you interrogated Mr. Canis over and over. Exactly. I was trying to track down those horrible hench people of his. I borrowed everything the police had on that rotten scoundrel. I watched his every move, intercepted every letter he wrote. His letters, and I suppose she must know about his correspondence chess games too. But no matter what I did, I couldn't turn up any clues as to who his underlings were. Living in fear like this, it's... Oh, you just can't comprehend it. As you've just heard for yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The words of Warden Lagarde's confessions have cleansed her of all suspicion. Surely there's no need to hound her any longer. Has she really been cleared of all suspicion, though? Or is there more about her to uncover? There's definitely more. I'm sorry, Your Honour, but this conversation isn't over yet, and I think the Goddess of Justice would agree. Do you mean to make her suffer even more than she already has? Unfortunately, her suffering under Mr. Canis does nothing to prove her innocence in Knight's murder. She admitted herself that she knew of and even facilitated the so-called Fixer's delivery route. I believe she used that same route to move Knight's body. And where is your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth? It's in the fact that the sweet smell on Knight's body is the exact same scent Warden Lagarde uses to signal delivery. What do you make of that? Well, that's because we've done it so many times by now that the whole well probably smells of it. Something must have just rubbed off on his body. That does match the statement that Mr. Carcerato provided. A smell? Yeah, I always smell kinda nice down there. Nice? Gee, I don't know, it smells sort of like dessert, I guess. His words would have seemed to suggest that the smell had permeated the well. You've been rendered speechless, I see, and I hereby move to adjourn this session of the court. No, what do we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? What can I do? Is this as far as we go? Finally! So we're actually done. Yes, Eustace, it seems we are. By the power vested in me, this court is adjourned. Oh? Was it Gumshoe shouted, "Hold it"? Who was that? Oh! It was Fender? Come on, Judge G. Things were just getting good. Fender? Are you objecting to my adjourning this session? No. Would have shouted objection if I wanted to do that. You do you, G. Adjourn, don't adjourn, whatever floats your boat. What are you doing, Mr. Fender? Don't worry about what I'm doing. Let's all just take a chill pill, shall we? By which I mean a square of chocolatey goodness. Anyone? Are you trying to get yourself charged with contempt of court? No, my bad. I just had a quick request to make is all. Assuming Saint's lawyer, that is. Ah yes, I'd forgotten that you were his real attorney, Mr. Offender. How could you? You're getting me here. Can you blame us? You've been making Mr. Edgeworth do everything this whole time. Right you are, which is why I figured it's time to put in some work. Work, you say? Somehow I don't believe you've worked a day in your life. And let's say this is me doing some prep work for the upcoming trial. Mind if I question the witness? Now? Amusing, but what is there left to ask? I've got a feeling in my funny bone that Thief's here has something more to tell us about the killer. Do I? Yes, indeed. See, as a major player in Team Simeon, I can spot a sympathizer when I see one. And you don't think he did it, do you? So tell us, who did? Come on, spill the beans, we're all ears. Mr. Edgeworth, what's he doing? He's trying to coax Warden Lagarde into giving something away. Ask yourself, why would she go to all the trouble of sending Knight's body on such an odd journey? It's because she wanted to frame Mr. Canis. She did? No way! I knew it. I knew she was using Knight's body to frame Canis because she must have I'm sure she must have used... No, because when Carcerato knocked him out, he woke up. So we know that it wasn't Carcerato's knockout that knocked him out. But I knew she was using an excuse to frame Canis. If he was convicted of committing murder here, that would have been grounds for transfer to another prison. Oh, she wanted him transferred, most likely to a more secure facility. And where he'd be out of her hair forever, huh? Precisely. She saw her opportunity and seized it. No. Saint can't not be the killer. That's not fair. I was all ready to prosecute him. I know, right? But maybe we should find out what she thinks first. Don't want to get the wrong guy, yeah? Nice. Now Mr. Winter has to go along with it too. Well, Warden, are you happy to testify further? Of course, how could I refuse the silver-tongued devil? Eddykins, you have such a way of words. Just doing my job, thief. Besides, one can't tell the truth without telling the whole truth, can one? I'm simply dying to tell all, Verity darling. Do you? Do say you'll let me. As you wish. Court is unadjourned. I can't believe you pulled that off, Mr. Fender. Me either. Thank you for the timely intervention. Hey, it's the least I could do. Gay's not wrong. I've been leaning on you hard, and besides, defense never rests. Am I right? Simeon's dependent on us. Sadly, I think I just about exhausted my reserves of cool lawyer chat there, and we can't foul this up now. Which means you're up to the bat, Miles McSmiles. Show him that never rest spirit. I shall. Fabulous. Let's get started. I really don't think anyone could have done it, but that dreadful man Canis. There's no telling what went on between him and the victim. Perhaps he simply took a disliking to him. He's certainly the type. But whatever the sordid details, it was him. He stabbed that poor man to death. And then he had his dog dispose of the body. That simply has to be what happened. The victim, Mr. Knight, yes. I did him the most terrible disservice. Yes, you killed him. I suppose you could put it that way. If I weren't such a sorry excuse for a warden, this would never have happened. And that's why I have to clean up this terrible mess. Warden Lagarde, as ever, your honesty is truly your credit. I'm certain Mr. Nice is looking down on weeping tears of gratitude. You've clearly never met Mr. Knight. That's also true. He would not be weeping with gratitude. He'd be like, what the hell do you think you're doing? You murdered me, you stupid cow. Oh. Oh no. No, don't drip all over my desk. Oh my god. Oh, sorry, I just got tea all over my desk. No. No tea. Okay, it's all good. It's all good. I really don't think anyone could have done it, but that dreadful man Canis. You seem very confident in your assertion. Why is that? Because all the other children in my little home are absolute sweethearts. They have faith in themselves and in one another. They have faith in the guards, in me. And they work hard every day to better themselves. None of them would dare commit murder. That's a very touching reason indeed. I don't believe a word of it. But Canis, oh, he's rotten to the core. He's the only one who would do something like that. Knight was being kept in the holding cell while Mr. Canis was in the prison proper. What could possibly have happened between them when they were at opposite ends of the facility? Prisons aren't as big as they seem, you know. All kinds of awful things can happen. But Knight only arrived 2 days before he was murdered. I can't imagine anything significant happened in that short space of time. Then you don't know Canis, my dear. He'd find a way, I'm sure of it. How could he take a disliking to somebody all the way over in the holding cells? Oh, I'm just plucking possibilities out of the air, darling. As I said, there's no telling what really went on between them. You're so awfully serious, aren't you? Not that I mind, of course. Why is she looking at me like that? You're so noble, so dashing in that marvellous suit, so clever. I can feel myself becoming your biggest fan, darling. I really can. Wendy Oldbag has got competition. Fifi Lagarde is here to steal the #1 fan spot. Oh my god. But Wendy Oldbag will forever be the #1 fan for Edra because, right, I don't know if any of you guys, because I mentioned last time as well, the Valentine's drawing that they'd done of Edgeworth, the bouquet had Wendy Oldbag in it, not Fifi Lagarde. So she will never ever take Oldbag's place. Never. I won't allow it. Stay with me, Mr. Edgeworth. I wasn't prepared for that mental onslaught. Okay. Perhaps he simply took this like, but that's not true, because they were chess buddies. This statement? Oh no, wrong statement, wrong statement. Okay. There he is, darling. Oh, do tell. Gladly, you see this evidence here. If looks could kill. Wait. There's no telling. Okay, maybe this statement. It's wrong again? Really? Oh, not so smart today. Oh, wait, what's she saying? Hang on. Objection. Take a look at this piece of evidence if you will, Warden Lagarde. Oh, sweetie, aren't you just adorable? You don't need an excuse to talk to me, you know. No, that's not what If it's the chat and the hug you're fishing for, all you have to do is ask. Watch out, Malzo. It ain't coming. I could swear I saw my life flash before my eyes. I'd better try a different approach. As I said, perhaps him to disliking it. But whatever sort of details, it was him, stuck poor man to death. What more can you tell us about those sordid details? Well, we all know that Canis. We all know what Canis once did for a living. I doubt the killing part gave him much trouble, especially as the victim was already injured. His neck, I think. Couldn't turn his head to the right, poor dear. That's what they told me when they brought him in, anyway. They must make some sort of report for the warden when new prisoners are admitted. You seem keen for us to think you didn't know much about Knight. That's because I didn't, sweetie, and the victim was simply a fun target to that monster, nothing more. I expect Canis used the chisel that was hidden in that chess set, don't you? Awful, grisly business. Just imagine, the man probably didn't even have time to cry out. I see, thank you for your thoughts, they were very helpful. Actually, I'd like to hear about them in a little more detail if you don't mind. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, you're making me blush. I could chat with you all day. Yeah, but I don't think Edgeworth would chat with you all day. Oh, don't look so nervous, darling. I'm only teasing. Of course we can talk about them some more. I expect Canis used the chisel that was hidden in the chess set, don't you? How did she know about the Knight hid to prevent it from being found? Prison staff. It contains traces of blood hidden by Canis inside, so it has a small bell attached to it. Oh, I don't know what to present, the chess set or the chisel itself. Let's save, because I know what's going to happen. Dun dun dun! I'm going to be in so much trouble. Okay. Right. I'm going to present the chess set. Yay! It was right! Warden Lagarde, you strike me as being more careful than the image you project suggests. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, please, call me Fifi or Sweetie Pie if you prefer. Oh, Sweetie Pie? I've never called someone Sweetie Pie before. However, I think you may have been a little less careful than you realise in this instance. Oh, aren't you just the most adorable little creature? Don't be embarrassed, we're all family here. Oh no, come on Mr. Edgeworth, don't let her get inside your head. You said earlier that you didn't know much about Knight, in which case I find it rather strange that you know about the chisel. Well, of course I do, darling. Do you think we don't check prisoners when they come in? You're not talking your way out of this, Warden. That is entirely irrelevant and you know it. Knight didn't bring the chess set into the prison himself. It was brought by Mr. Saint when he came to visit. Knight wouldn't have had it with him when he arrived. What? I mean, of course, that when Mr. Saint came in, You checked him. I find that hard to believe because if you did, that makes your story all the stranger. If you found the chisel, why did you not confiscate it there and then? Oh, that animation was weird. Judge Gavel, did you tell anyone about the hidden compartment in the chess set? I did not. If no one leaked our findings, then how exactly did you learn about the chisel ward in the guard? Because it certainly couldn't have been when you checked Because it certainly couldn't have been when you checked Knight or Mr. Saint on their arrival. Indeed, such a thing would imply an intentional oversight if it had been found yet let through. Precisely, so Warden the guard, and answer truthfully this time. Where and when did you learn about the chess set? If you won't answer, then allow me. I submit that you... All right, darling, there's no need to rub it in. You got me, all right? Is she going to confess? I questioned Knight. That was when I learned about the chess set. But please, you have to believe me, I did not kill him. Why is she so insistent that she didn't kill him? Because it's starting to make me think that she really didn't, and she only hid the body, or she found the body, so she used it to her advantage. So who did kill him? One moment, Warden. This is a significant development. The court requests that you make a detailed statement on the record. Any objections, Mr. Edgeworth? None, Your Honour. Thank you, darlings. I'll clear up this awful misunderstanding, I promise. Oh, she's just given that fox a smooch. Very well. Go ahead, Warden Lagarde, and please, tell the truth this time. Her lies are starting to wear thin. This is my chance to expose her. She's going to be tough to break, I think. I said I questioned Knight, but it wasn't anything serious, you understand. I make a point of talking to every newcomer into our little home. Knight was no different. We just had a little chat, you might call it. And after we talked, I had him taken back to his cell straight away. The more she lies, the more thoroughly she seals her fate. So it was simply a conversation with a new detainee. That seems entirely above board. Exactly, Verity darling, I knew you'd understand. Well, I don't. What proof do you have to back up your statement? I suppose we shall see, won't we, Mr. Edgeworth? You may begin your cross-examination. Okay. Well, she says she questioned him, but I don't think she did. So am I right to assuming that you talked to Mr. Knight the night before the show? Exactly, darling. It would have been, around 3 a.m. on the 27th. 3 a.m. That falls squarely within the window of time laid out in the autopsy report. That seems rather late for a friendly chat. Wouldn't you have been asleep? Normally, yes, but if you remember, a guard was attacked in his cell. We had to examine the scent of the crime, gather information. The scene of the crime, gather information. These things take time, sweetie. I assure you, he was wide awake. We all were. Regardless, I find it somewhat odd that you would choose to question him at such a late hour. Oh, you're such a tease, aren't you? Anyway, no matter how odd you think it is, I had him brought to me and that's what happened. Must you really insist on questioning every last thing I say? Sorry, thieves. He's like a dog with a bone sometimes. I'll be sure to scold him once we're done. Though, would you mind giving us a little more info, like where you had him brought to? My office, of course. Where else? Her office, which is where we believe the body was moved from. Would you mind appending what you just said to your testimony? Anything for you, darling. Bring to my office. Okay, let's press you here. Remind me where your office is. You've seen the sign in the detention centre corridor, I imagine. The one that says no entry. That's it, sweetie. My office is just up in there, a short walk from the holding cells. I understand that you also have access to the yard. Why, of course, that's where my gorgeous little garden is. Oh, I see where you're going with this. You're saying that's how I moved the body. You had the means and the opportunity. It's hardly impossible. Hardly impossible proves nothing. You have no evidence for this assertion. There is no other way that the body could have been moved. Oh, it's a back to forth. Surely you haven't forgotten that it was Mr. Saint who dropped Mr. Knight's body down the well. Yeah, what she said. You're miles off, Edgeworth. Oh my god, miles off, Edgeworth. I probably shouldn't push this any further for now.
Hold it.
What did you and Knight speak about? Oh, nothing much, just some small talk really. I asked him about what animals he liked, what his hobbies were. His hobbies? Then I imagine you talked about chess. Oh yes, I couldn't stop him talking about it, in fact. He even had a piece of paper covered with little notes about it in his cell. At least I think that's what they were about. So she's seen Knight's correspondence chess diagram.
Hold it.
How was he when you spoke with him? Oh, he was so open and honest, darling. What? That guy? Honest? He was talking about one croissant and promoting the prawn. I suppose he must have been hungry. On pass on to promoting the prawn. It seems he spared no one from his obsession with chess.
Hold it.
But did he get taken back to his cell? If he really had gone back to his cell, he would still be alive today. You really think I murdered the poor man right there in my office, don't you? But what would my motive have been, darling? I told you I barely knew him. I'm no angel. I have my grudges against Canis, but Knight had nothing to do with that animal. She really does hate Canis. Warden Lagarde, I must insist that you append that statement to your testimony. I'm no angel. I have no grudges against Canis, but Knight had nothing to do with that animal. Oh, we can present. No. Oh, God damn it! I didn't mean to press. I meant to present. You said that you bear a grudge against only Canis. Is that correct? No, I despise him coming into my prison thinking he can do whatever he wants. But he won't get away with it. I'll clip his wicked wings if it's the last thing I do. And that awful dog of his, it's a menace, completely upended the peace and quiet of my home. She even hates his dog. It does seem at first glance that she didn't have much of a motive to kill Knight, but she hates Canis so much that she probably hates anyone who has anything to do with him. Thinking about it from that angle, the key to breaking her testimony will surely reveal itself. She likes to get to know all the peeps, huh? A pretty chummy prison warden, if you ask me. Chummy? She killed the man detective. Poor guy would have been in cuffs, not to mention the neck brace. He was defenseless. Warden Lagarde was the murderer. The evidence points to that conclusion and no other. But it wasn't anything serious, you understand? Okay, I know what to press. Chit chat, enough that talk. I'm no angel. Present.
Objection.
He did have a link to Canis, and it was the chess he was playing. Judge Gavel, I'd like you to take a look at this. Notes about a game of chess. What is the significance of this, Mr. Edgeworth? It was found in Knight's cell, which is exactly where you said you saw it too, Warden Lagarde. But you didn't just see this game in Knight's cell, did you? You've seen it in Mr. Canis' cell too. What do you mean? Oh, come now. Don't tell me you haven't taken a look at the chessboard in maximum security. Just the absolute, like, her fur going all fuzzy. I imagine you watch his every move like a hawk. Or rather, I imagine you feel that doing so is your only option. If she wants to find out who his cronies are, right? Firstly, interrogating your own prisoners is highly irregular, to say the least. But as you said, Mr. Canis had threatened you. He put your precious home at risk. That's why you took it upon yourself to question him. You wanted to find out who his dogs were. And so what if I did? You also told us you read his letters, which means you must have known about the one key fact. You knew he was playing correspondence chess. And then, who should appear but Knight carrying with him a diagram of a very particular game. We ourselves used that diagram to infer a connection between the two men, and it seems you came to the same conclusion. But in your fear, you took your reasoning one step further. You surmised that Knight was Mr. Canis' henchman sent to kill you. Which is the reason she had that chat with the Bronxster. If his boss wouldn't crack, maybe he would. And when you questioned Knight, you made another discovery. For then inside his chess set, you found a hidden chisel. The murder weapon itself. As far as you were concerned, that chisel meant one thing, Canis. Thus you convinced yourself that Knight was working for Canis, and that is why you killed him. I see you have no more excuses. Judge Gavel, your verdict, please. much as it grieves me, there would appear to be little room for doubt. I hereby give my verdict. Bronco Knight was murdered by... Oh? In the name of God, of the goddess of justice. Who is it this time? Oh, it's her. Oh, she's manic laughing. Warden. It's a joke. It's all a big stupid joke. You people just don't get it, do you? I think we've proven that it's you who didn't understand things correctly. Me? Please, darling. I understand it all perfectly well, thank you very much. And I understand that there's a glaring contradiction in your theory, Mr. Edgeworth. You're just grasping at straws now. I've no time for this, Your Honour, the verdict. Oh, she overruled us? I'm curious to hear what the warden has to say. What? You're a dull Verity. I just have one last thing to say, then. Then Mr. Edgeworth can declare himself the winner. You rang? Does anybody remember a certain autopsy report? Of course, we received the finalised version only this morning. That's right, and I was listening to what you told us about it, Verity, even if nobody else was. You said the wound was 4 inches deep. 4 inches? Wait. Riddle me this, Mr. Edgeworth. How does a tiny chisel make a 4-inch wound? Forgive me, oh goddess. I came perilously close to making a terrible mistake. Looks like your theory is the one that doesn't hold water, Edgeworth. What now, What do we do? It'll be fine. Mr. Edgeworth always comes through, right, sir? I mean, 4 inches isn't that big. I'm going to get clipped for saying that. Yeah, 4 inches isn't that long. So it could very well still be the chisel. You know, the chisel looks like it could be 4 inches. Come on, show me the chisel. Oh, maybe not. Okay, I was mistaken. There's no way that end is 4 inch. That's probably at most, what, 1-2 inches? Give or take, right? Okay. So what did she use? Looks to me like Maelstrom out of the commission. You're an attorney too, aren't you? Why don't you do something? Turn things on their head with a desperate bluff. Blurt out the first mind-blowing thing that comes to you. Look, detective, I'm as much a man of action as the next guy. But without evidence, we're up a creek without a paddle here. This might be the end of the road. We can't give up now. We have to do something. Mr. Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth is thinking. It's like Pooh Bear with the think. I'm certain that Warden Lagarde is the killer. It's the only explanation that fits the facts of the case. But if the chisel wasn't the murder weapon, what other bladed weapon is there here in this facility? It seems we still do not have all the answers, nor the evidence to provide those answers. Alas, we must wait until the trial to see this matter resolved, I'm afraid. Oh, come on, G. You're just giving the killer a chance to destroy the evidence. I know where the evidence is. I just had a thought. You know when we were doing the metal detector earlier on and we went up close to Ali the alligator and it beeped? I think Ali's eaten the murder weapon. It makes sense. Are you calling the judicial process into question, Mr. Fender? No, not me, nah. I tried, Miles. Any bright ideas? What is the real murder weapon, since it's clearly not the chisel? Confound it, this question throws everything we've deduced out the window. Nothing to add, Mr. Edgeworth. Allow me to remind you that claims not supported by sufficient evidence are subject to the harshest penalties. Ooh. Are we going to be given the option of Ali the alligator? It's hopeless. I can't think of anything. I need more time. Loath as I am to admit it, Oh? You can't give up now. Remember what Mr. Fender said. Simeon's counting on us. Without us, he's... Remember how upset he was. He was devastated. Nobody's in more pain than him over Mr. Knight's death. There's no way he did it, but if we can't save him, who will? And what's more, he believes in us. He's sitting in that cell waiting for us to bring him some good news. And I, for one, won't walk away until we have some. Kay. Gee, Miles, your little buddy there's quite the motivational speaker. And she's right too. When you find yourself on the ropes, think of your clients, picture them pleading with you to help them. Doesn't that make you want to fight back as hard as you can until the very end? Think of your old man, good old Gregory. No matter how bad things looked, he'd always find a way to turn it around and save his client. And you're just like him, right? If there's any way to force a turnabout here, you're the one who'll find it. Simeon's counting on you. Judge Gavel. You seem to have recovered your composure, Mr. Edgeworth. But if you mean to attempt a defence, I would advise you to consider the ramifications. You have repeatedly proposed misguided theories and have made numerous false accusations. If you do so again, I will have no choice but to judge you unfit to serve as a prosecutor and relieve you of your badge for good. She's right. I have to put forward a number of theories that prove to be flawed in one way or another. Have I made some sort of fundamental oversight? Wait. She said my theories were misguided. Nothing to say. Then the court will tolerate no more of your time wasting. I hereby, sir, Mr. Edgeworth, give my verdict. That's it. I've been thinking about it the wrong way all this time. My theories weren't misguided. I was being misled. The defendant, Simeon Saint. Oh, she's going to be so annoyed. She's been interrupted so many times. Like each time she's tried to give her verdict, she's been either objection or hold it or take that. I think it's a little too soon for that, Your Honour. I'd say it's well past due, darling. Wouldn't you agree, Verity? Mr. Edgeworth, you may proceed. What? Oh? She's allowing him to continue? Is she siding with us? Is Verity Gavel on our side? Maybe she is. I'd like to remind you of a few things. The sighting of his dog, Helmut, the fact that he wasn't at the show. These and other factors made Mr. Canis the obvious suspect at first. This again, Mr. Edgeworth. You seem almost proud of your blunder. But what if the real killer wanted us to suspect Mr. Canis? What if it was all carefully arranged? And what if the same was true of the chisel, our purported murder weapon? Knight had been stabbed multiple times in the same place with a bladed instrument. What if he was stabbed with the chisel after the real murder weapon had been removed? Just to leave traces of blood on it for us to find. That's how the killer misled us into thinking the chisel is the murder weapon. But why mislead us in this way? Why indeed? Why make us think the chisel is the murder weapon rather than whatever was really used? In order to get Knight transferred, in order to get Canis transferred. Warden, you took advantage of what the chisel seemed to suggest. What it suggested? What are you talking about, darling? Mr. Winner, if I were to tell you the murder weapon was a chisel, what would you think? Huh? That Mr. Canis is the killer? And there you have it. That was the trap the warden set for us. Oh, Mr. Canis is a bunch of chisels, so she wanted us to think of it as one of his, right? Indeed. That was her plan right from the start. To frame Bodhidharma Canis. Your reasoning would appear to be sound. Warden Lagarde certainly seems to harbour a deep and abiding hatred for Mr. Canis. However, I think you know what I'm going to say next. That alone is not sufficient proof that Warden Lagarde is the killer. I knew that wouldn't be enough. There's only one thing that will prove it. The real murder weapon that we now know must exist. If you cannot prove your theory, then this conversation ends here. If we could just find the real murder weapon... How many times do we have to go over this? We searched the prison from top to bottom. Eustace is quite correct. No other possible murder weapon has been found. So I'm afraid you're at a bit of an impasse. I can still prove my case yet, Your Honour, because it's still here inside this prison. This would have made sure of that. The security gate. I'm glad you at least remember what it is, and do you remember what it does? Of course I do. I'm not an idiot. Security gate detects metal, which means you can't bring anything metal into the prison or take it out. Oh. Precisely. If there is another murder weapon, it cannot have been taken off the premises. But nor can it have been brought into the prison in the first place. And so we find ourselves right back where we began. Judge Gavel. What I am trying to tell you, Mr. Edgeworth, is that if you wish me to believe that there is another murder weapon here in the prison, you'll also have to explain to me how it got here. Alright, we know that the chisel was smuggled into the prison inside a pocket chess set, but our contention is that the chisel is not the real murder weapon. So if the weapon came from outside the facility, then there must have been a way to bring it in. Yes, the question of the hour is this: can you show me this alternate route? How did the weapon Warden and the guards use to get into the prison? You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation, is that correct? Why yes, sweetie, everything related to Canis is with me now. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled a secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to him. Of course, that's how. The fact that this is here with us shows how a bladed object would have been brought into the facility as well. Oh, what does she mean? What does he mean by this? What object? Does he mean the chisel? But we know it got brought in. No, it's not the chisel. It's not the chisel. Nice thinking. That's a great way to get something made of metal into the prison. Indeed, even a metal item would... Before you congratulate yourselves any further, would you care to explain your thinking? Wait, you mean you can't use that at all? Mr. Edgeworth, I believe in you. I'm still worth believing in. So there isn't a way something made of metal could have gotten in here undetected after all. There is, and it involves things coming into the prison that weren't brought by a visitor. We have a piece of evidence that shows how metal objects could be brought in without raising the alarm. Then stop stalling, Mr. Edgeworth. Cut the chase already. I'd hate to let her down again, so let's see here. The fact that this is here with us shows how a bladed object could have been brought into the facility. What is he talking about? Is it the tunnel? No, it can't be the tunnel because it still needs to go through security, right? So what evidence is he talking about? Between the prison and detention center. Yeah, because it can't be that. Warden searched the prison murder weapon but couldn't find anything. The fact that this is here with us shows how a bladed object could have been brought into the facility as well. But what item? The only thing I can think of is the chess set. Knight had the chisel in here to prevent it from being found by a prison staff. So is it the chess set?
Take that.
No, it's not the chess set. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna quickly save because otherwise I'm gonna lose all my lives. Okay, so it's not the chess set. Okay, so what else? The fact that this is here with us shows how a bladed object could have been brought into the facility as well. I don't know what evidence they're pointing at. The fact that this is here with us shows how a bladed object could have been brought in. Is it because of the... Carved for fun by Canis. Seems engaged one. Deploy the entrance to both the detention center. Able to detect the items made of metal. Timestamp is off due to playing correspondence chess. No, it can't be that. Oh, not top. Could it be the...
Take that.
Oh, it isn't. I'm so stuck. Oh my god, what is it? Oh, I've got 2 more lives left. Okay, so it's not the chess set. Not that. It wasn't. Yeah, but they still would have had to go through the metal detectors. The fact that this is here with us shows how a bladed object could have been brought into the facility as well. Ha! Only 2 belts. This one is attached to the helmet, the other is Canis knife, which was seized by the police during his arrest. Oh, wait, hang on. Because she brought in evidence from Canis's cases. And one of the evidence would be the knife because it was taken from him by the police. Allow me to remind you of our conversation with Mr. Canis yesterday. Yes, it was but one of my bells. One of only 2 in existence. Just 2. 2 and only 2. One for my knife and one for my beloved helmet, exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide after all, and I must be able to use my tools, precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife has long since been taken from me. So you see, there is a way for objects to be brought into the prison unscrutinized, as part of the evidence Warden Lagarde borrowed from the police. What? Mr. Canis's knife was part of the evidence in the case against him, and that evidence was here in the prison. Not only that, but the knife had a certain bell attached to it. The bell that was attached to the chisel. Correct. Miguel took the bell from the knife and attached it to the chisel. But that can't be right. The chisel only had Mr. Knight's fingerprints on it. Easy enough to explain if the killer wore gloves. She made it look as if the chisel was a murder weapon and then attached a bell to it. In so doing, she made sure that all the evidence pointed to Mr. Canis. Why does he slap himself with the whip? I don't know, Shroomy. I don't know. And each time it happens, I'm just like, oh no. Oh no. Really? Did you really have to hit yourself in the face? I really wish you didn't, because it then makes me want to do more drawings. I mean, that's not a bad thing, I suppose, because it makes me want to draw. But not draw the nice things. In doing so, she made sure that all the evidence pointed to Mr. Canis. And who had access to the evidence from which the bell was taken? Why, only the person to whom it had been entrusted. Who was it, sir? It's been messing with the evidence. Thank you for the singing husky. The dramatic singing. Which is probably what Fifi Lagarde is doing on the inside, because we've caught her red-handed. You want... Maybe, Shroomy, maybe. Nothing wrong with that, right? Nothing wrong with that. It's all very, very normal. Who was it, sir? It's been messing with the evidence. I believe that would be you. Isn't that correct, Warden Lagarde? Don't side-eye me. Bells aren't exactly rare, you know. Anybody could have set that up. No, it's not a sus. It's not a sus. I was being honest. Unluckily for you, that isn't quite true. These particular bells are unique because there are only 2 of them in existence. What? By attaching that bell to the chisel, you as good as declared yourself the killer. But you don't have any proof that the knife was ever even here to begin with. I don't, not yet anyway. Mr. Winner, I'd like you to order another search of the prison right away. Yeah, obviously I draw people getting hit with a whip on daily basis. Completely fair. Oh yeah, you did a drawing too, Shroomy, did you not? Did you not? You can't judge me. Not that you are. I'm not saying that you are. You would never. You're too sweet to judge me. But if you do find something, that's going to make things awkward for me. This isn't about what's convenient for you. We have to find the truth. You're a prosecutor, aren't you? I can judge you and be sweet. I suppose you can. You can judge me and be sweet all at the same time, right? You are, Sandwichy, you're always judging me. What's new? Well, yeah, but you know, this worthless excuse for a prosecutor. If I had investigative authority, I wouldn't be sitting on it. Anyhow, it's not my decision to make. The warden would have to authorize it. You know full well that she will do no such thing. You have the power to insist on a search. Use it. Sorry, darling, but not without that evidence. The goddess of justice cannot bestow a blessing on those who lack the proof to support their claims. Our work here is done. The rest of this matter will have to be settled in the courtroom. Wait, what is that Twitch heart? It looks cute. I think it's when you share a story, right? And then you get to use the Twitch heart thingy. No, if I give Lagarde the opportunity, she'll destroy whatever evidence is left. I have to object. I have to stop them. But what do I say? I don't have anything concrete to offer. What am I thinking? I'm never this reckless. No, I can't back down now. I've got to put everything on the line. I'm not a prosecutor right now. I'm an associate attorney with a client to defend. Only I can save Mr. Saint, and that means... He's gonna do it. Even if my chances are 1,000,000,000 to 1, it's still worth a shot. It's now or never. Should I object? Object! I know where the evidence is anyway. I suppose this must be how a certain serial bluffer challenge you to battle wits, but refuse to fight an unarmed opponent. Are you saying I'm unarmed, Sandwichy? Are you saying that I am so witless that you refuse to challenge me to a battle of wits, huh? Is that what you're saying? So rude. You guys are so mean to me. Fine then. Don't challenge me. I don't care. Walk away from the battle. You're the only one who's a loser here. I'm sorry. I don't mean it. I don't mean it. I suppose this must be how a certain serial bluffer always feels. He's finally put himself in Phoenix's shoes. He knows how Phoenix feels. Regardless, I cannot walk away.
Objection!
Objection. Wait, Your Honour. This had better be good, Mr. Edgeworth. I've got it. Got what exactly? The real murder weapon, of course. I know where Mr. Canis's knife is. Do you really, Mr. Edgeworth? I do. Not at all. If I did not know better, I'd say that you were bluffing. You wound me, Your Honour. I don't know the meaning of the word. This is terrible for my heart. There's no way you could. It's not here, I tell you. Well, would you be so kind as to enlighten us? Where is the real murder weapon? Think, Miles, think. He's starting to sound very much like Winnie the Pooh. I was saying in the context of the game, I guess I can walk away now that the point was proven. Fair enough. Somewhere not even the police would search, a blind spot in the zoo. A hiding place that the warden could be absolutely sure of. A hiding place? No. If you insist. Come on, Helmut. Open up. Did she use the same trick? No. That's ridiculous, isn't it? But the more I think about it, how many foolproof ways to evade detection could there be? It's in the alligator. Mr. Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us waiting? There's the faintest possibility I'm right. There's the faintest possibility that I'm right, but if I'm wrong, we stand to lose everything. Your Honor, this is where the real murder weapon is hidden. Poor sick Ali, yeah. We know that she's not been feeling well because she's eaten something that doesn't agree with her, so I can only assume it's the knife here, in the yard. Indeed. I don't believe I understand. Would you care to explain a little more? Where exactly is the real murder weapon hidden? Oh. There's Ali! Of course. That's what he must have been. Huh? What's the matter, detective? It's the metal detector, sir. It's, reacting to the alligator. What? How? The metal detector was reacting to something inside her after all. Your Honor, I'd like to remind you of this piece of evidence. I mean, you're doing great. Am I though? Am I doing great, Sandwichy? I don't think I am. You were just pointing out the obvious and telling me as a friend what I'm doing wrong, which is that I am severely and entirely witless. What do you want, loser? See? See, even Shroomy. Even Shroomy is proving my point. I am witless and I am a loser, apparently. According to you guys. The chisel. Didn't we just figure out that isn't the murder weapon? You might recall that Mr. Canis hid this chisel in his dog's mouth. Would you believe that the real murder weapon was hidden in much the same way? Oh, we got her. That's right. The murder weapon's hidden inside the alligator in that pond over there. What? Vito, I didn't vote for that thought. Are you sure? You really started to take some traits from Ren. Look, I miss Ren, okay? She hasn't streamed for a while and I'm like, where is Ren? Come back, Ren. Don't tell her I said that. No, I have been messaging her while she's been away. And she seems to be having a lot of fun. And I'm kind of like, you're having fun without us. But no, she'll be back soon. It'll be fine. Yeah, it's from sharing clips you've made. Wait, hang on. Yeah, she hates us. I don't hate you guys. No, never. I would never. How could I? You guys are all amazing and wonderful and brilliant and just the sunshine of my life. Was that sarcastic enough for you guys? Was it? Was it believable? What? No way. Where does he hit himself, really? What if there's animation? We detected the presence of a metallic object during our early investigation. Judge Gavel, we need to know what's inside that alligator. Understood. Then we will need to summon a veterinarian. Veterinarian. That's the word. I'm sure I could get the sweet little... Oh my god. I'm sure I can get the little sweetie to open up for us. Thank you for the fart sandwichy. I'd be happy to give it a try. Please, by all means. Oh, is Regina going to actually get her to open... Oh. Wow, Regina really has a way of animals. Warden Lagarde, the real murder weapon is about to be revealed. Why not do the right thing and confess? I have nothing to confess. As you wish. Then you can simply wait and watch as your lies are exposed. Sir, we got it. That has to be it. Hey Zingy, welcome in. Thank you for claiming snack and thank you so much for the lurk. Jatsu Mrs. Rin. You clipped me. You're gonna send it to her directly, aren't you? You're gonna be like, Jatsu misses you. Come back soon. Oh dear. She's probably like, thank God I'm taking a break away from Jatsu. Then she won't send me any more feet related things to bully me with. We had the same idea. Oh my god. No. Oh dear. It's over, Fifi Lagarde. The real murder weapon was Bodhidharma Canis' knife, making you the only person who could have killed Bronco Knight. Be aware I'm going to send to her DMs. That's fine. You can send it to her DMs. Oh, she's going off on one. I'm going to read the history in 2 seconds because I don't think I can read as quickly as she's... Oh, she is angry. And that poor fox around her neck. I will read what she's... Oh, wow, she is... Oh. Oh my god. I didn't realise her whole entire jacket was made of foxes. Oh my god. I thought it was just a normal jacket. Why did the whole thing turn into foxes? Oh my god. Right, let's read what she said. Oh my god. Wait. Okay. The real murder weapon was Bodhidharma's Canis' knife, making you the fox. Yeah, oh my god, I know, right? My poor kin. My poor kin. At least they were still alive, I suppose, and they all ran away, making you the only person who could have killed Bronco Knight. I'm not the criminal here. This is all Canis' doing. I did the right thing. Knight was a threat. He was Canis' lapdog. Curse that despicable man, Canis. Why did he have to come and ruin my perfect little home? We could have been happy forever if it wasn't for him. He ruined my paradise on earth. He ruined everything. Curse him. Curse that pitiless butcher. That awful, terrible, despicable man. Curse him. Okay, I'm done. Prosecutor Winner, sir. The Winner? Why did he put a TH? Twiner? Winner? Fenner? What? Why is there a TH in front of his name? The test results have just come back. Winner? I guess we've all been under a lot of stress. Traces of Bronco Knight's blood were found on Mr. Canis' knife. It's just like you said, sir. Congratulations on a stunning victory. Thank you, officer. Excellent work. You can continue complimenting me if you like. Yes, sir. Winner wins again. I think I'm welling up a little. With rage. Edgeworth is so sarcastic in this game. I love it. Excellent work, Eustace. Just a few loose ends to tie up and we're done. Huh? What are you talking about? I just solved the case, didn't I? You have yet to confirm whether or not Knight really was working for Mr. Canis. It will be vital to know if Warden Lagarde was simply jumping to conclusions on that front. Huh? Well, there's Clueless, and then there's you. Well, then I guess we better get back to our investigation. Alright, officer, you're with me. You're about to see the winner win a whole lot more. Prepare to witness first-rate investigative talent in action. Yes, sir. I'm right with you, sir. Can't wait to watch you at work. It's winning time. More like losing time. I expect this case will cause quite a stir. The attempted murder of a president is news enough, and now his would-be assassin has been murdered. But Knight never sought to kill the president in the first place. The truth is not always as important as it might seem, Mr. Edgeworth, in the eyes of both society and the law. How can you even say that? You do not have to believe me, however. As a prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth is obliged to accept that this is the reality of the world he operates in. Being a prosecutor is about more than proving people guilty, that's what I believe. We are all free to believe as we choose, but the law is not to be toyed with for our own personal goals. If you refuse to accept this, then you must prepare to suffer the consequences. What does that even mean? Wait, you're not gonna take his... I'm afraid I must be going now. Farewell, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, she didn't take his badge. Judge Gavel is right. There must be only one set of laws for everyone. But if following the law means sacrificing the truth, Can I really do that in good conscience? Hey, it's Simeon! He just jogged on over. Simeon, you're out! And there's Money the monkey. Hi, Regina. Is everything alright? They did let you out, right? Yeah, but I'm so confused about what's going on. Some guy just came and said I was free to go and that I have Mr. Edgeworth to thank. You sure do. Mr. Edgeworth found out who the real killer is. Wow, really? You did that for me, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh no, stop staring at me like that. Oh, I'm innocent, I swear. Don't pull the rug from under me now. Stop it, silly, it's true, he saved you. So say thanks already. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth, thank you. And a great big Regina Berry thank you from me too. Mr. Saint talking directly to me. Small victories, I suppose. Can I just ask one question, Mr. Attorney? Sure. Not actually an attorney, though. I thought Bronco was my friend. No, my best friend. I trusted him. But now... But now? Well, it's just... I never knew. I never would have believed that he could hate somebody enough to want to kill them. If he kept something like that from me, then he never really trusted me, did he? That's not true, Simeon. Of course he trusted you. No, he didn't. If he just told me, I could have stopped him. I could have told him that hate never helps, that he had to let go of all that stuff. Mr. Saint, I think you've forgotten something. Or you're forgetting something. I should show him the thing that proves Knight trusted him. The chess set? The chess set's the only thing I can think of.
Take that!
It's the chess set I bought for him. Knight had hidden a chisel inside. I imagine he meant to use it to escape. What? You mean he was using me? No, he believed in you. He knew he could count on you. He knew he could count on you to bring it, and that you'd never be so untrusting as to look inside. I imagine that by not telling you, he was hoping he could keep you from getting caught up in his mess. Oh, that's a nice way of spinning it, I suppose, but I think Bronco Knight more or less used Simeon to bring him the tool for him to escape with. That's not really a sign of trust. That's more betrayal. Bronco, why didn't you tell me? At least you understand now, right, Simeon? I'm sure he does. You may not show it, but Simeon's no dummy. A good night's sleep and he'll be completely over this whole thing by tomorrow. That's not as complimentary as you think it is. I'll try. I have to. For Bronco, I have to show him I can become the best animal trainer out there. That's the spirit. Oh my god. I can't believe Money the monkey is controlling him. He's the one that's been tamed and not the animals. Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing a new show soon. I'd love it if you can come, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, he's still there. The flying guy who was accused of murdering Barry's Regina's dad. He's still there in the circus? I thought he was I thought he was leaving or he left. But no, it looks like he's still there. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one. That's right, the Berry Big Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun. Sounds great, doesn't it, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, we have to go. Well, I'll think about it. Alright, Simeon. We've got some training to do. I think it's time you and Regent got acquainted. What? Regent the tiger? No way, I can't. No. He almost killed Barry's dad. Oh, so, okay. So it's in the Phoenix Wright trilogy. So he didn't actually kill Regina's dad. Regina's dad was murdered by someone else. What was his name? I can't remember his name, but he's an acrobat, and he was basically getting revenge for his little brother that was accidentally killed by one of Regina's lions. So, and when I say it was an accident, absolute pure accident. So I can't remember the little brother's name. So the little brother and Regina had a thing going on. So that they were both like quite innocent, and they had a little. I mean, he had a crush on her, but Regina was being very innocent and playing along. And I think someone dared him. Was it? I can't remember if it was Regina. But anyway, so Regina challenged him and said, I bet you can't put your head in the lion's mouth. So he was like, oh, well, I'm as good a trainer as you are, so I can do it. So he did. He put his head in the lion's mouth. And the lion was absolutely fine with him doing that. It wasn't an issue. However, for some reason, he had pepper on him, which then made the lion sneeze. And because of that, when the lion sneezed, the lion bit down, which then ultimately murdered the boy by accident. And Regina's dad covered it all up because he didn't want it to be a scandal. So he covered it all up and then helped to look after the big brother because he's a disabled acrobat. I think he's paralyzed from the waist down, so he couldn't walk. But Regina's dad kept him in the circus because he felt that he owed him because of what happened to his brother, which is, I understand, but covering up the death of his brother never really helped. So then the brother then tried to take revenge against Regina because he blamed her for his little brother's death. But then dad found out, or dad ended up getting involved, and ultimately her dad ended up being the one that got murdered. And so the brother then had to find someone to place the blame on, and so he picked the magician guy to frame. Sorry, I'm trying to word my words properly. Today's not the day. Word my words aren't happening today. So then he picked the magician guy to frame, and then Phoenix came about and then helped resolve the whole entire case. But like, well, actually, isn't this guy? It's this guy. That is such a weird, I know, it is very weird, but it's also a very sad story because he was very, like, the lion was innocent in it, and so was the little brother, and Regina's dare and prank was also very innocent. She didn't mean for it to happen, she just thought it'd be a funny prank. But ultimately it was Regina's fault that it all happened. Oh, you'll be fine, silly. You'll never meet a nicer kitty cat. I can't. Did he run away? Please, Regina, anything but that, please. Another satisfied customer. These little claps. Well, that was really something, Smiles. Talk about pulling it out of the bag. I couldn't have done it without you, Fender. Without your timely intervention, she would have gotten away. Besides, I have you to thank for even being able to investigate the case in the first place. Oh, stop it. Pat me on the back any harder and you're going to make me blush or topple over. I suppose it would be asking too much for you to take this seriously. Seriously? Miles, my friend, I'm always serious. Anyway, how does it feel to save an innocent client? That's what it means to be an attorney, after all. To be an attorney. I gotta say, I had a blast. Reminded me of the good old days. Like Gregory was standing there right before me. It's been like a zillion years since I felt this warm and fuzzy on the job. That's good? Bittersweet? I'm not sure. Say, Miles, you ever thought about going into the defense game full time? That's what I'm curious about. Like, would Miles Edgeworth ever become a defense attorney full time? Excuse me. You know, pick up where Gregory left off. Get out there and actually help people. Hey, pal, don't get any big ideas. Mr. Edgeworth ain't about to switch sides. Why not? Come over to the light sides, all the rage. Everybody's doing it these days. Come on, Mr. Fender, you know it's not about that. Chill, team, chill. Don't get it twisted. I was just asking a perfectly innocent question. No, you weren't. The heck you were? Looks like you've got a mean defense team there yourself, Miles. Fender, I'm a prosecutor. Yup, and I'm an attorney. You could be one too. I'm serious. Well, I've said my piece. You change your mind, you know who to call. I'll be waiting. But I suppose if he changed to an attorney, there wouldn't be that back and forth between him and Phoenix. Which is I quite enjoy that back and forth between them two. Following my father's footsteps. I mean, he was going to. Until his father got murdered and then he decided to change to become a prosecutor. Could I really do such a thing? Oh, little mini Miles Edgeworth, look at him with his little pointy finger, all like, I'm a defense attorney now. I'm going to become a defense attorney just like my dad. There's Gregory. An attorney, like my father. Me. The end. Well, the end of this chapter. Yes. Should we start the next chapter? I mean, we still have time. I have 1.5 hours left. So shall we go? Shall we do? Yeah, let's do this. Wait, is this next chapter about his dad? Because that's his dad's silhouette. Do we get to learn more about Gregory? Yeah, do it. Okay, we'll do an hour and a bit of this new chapter, since we got time. I want to learn more about Gregory. They take Taze anyway. This is also true. I mean, the last case took us 3 streams to finish. What shall we make today, kids?
And Judy's bake and bone.
Oh my god, it's voiced. Gregory? Yeah, Gregory is Edgeworth's dad. His hair's amazing. Macarons, waffles, waffles and cream chiffon cakes. Why do I say waffles? Laugh and sing, smile, it's true. All that sweetness waiting for you. What? Where? Over there. The oven's got something special to share. Ping. Now let's see what we've got for you. I can't believe it said waffles instead of waffles. It's cooking time. Are you ready to make something special together? Shall I do a very quirky quote when I do my cooking, like recording? Oh. Wow. Talk about a pass and blast. Hey, Gregory. I'm going back there tomorrow with your boy. I'm finally going to find out what happened 18 years ago. What happened 18 years ago? That's well past the statute of limitations. Yes, do a quirky quote. I'll have to write a few and you guys will have to approve of them. Which I'll probably post in the spa. So if you have not joined the spa and you like the community, come join us. And if you'd like to keep up to date with all my socials, here are all the links. Ta-da! Okay, let's go. Why does the right man looks like Fender? It is Fender. It's young Fender. Young Fender. It is a young version of Fender because the guy on the left was Edgeworth's dad, Gregory Edgeworth. Well, Fender. Are you finally going to tell me what we're doing here? Why have you brought me to an art gallery of all places? Hey, you had nothing going on. Seemed like the perfect chance to come and enjoy the magic of a star sign stuff together. Enjoy the magic of star sign stuff together. I'm leaving. Hey, Edgeworth! Art galleries are fine. It's fine to appreciate art every now and then. Don't shoot it down before you've tried it. Chill, big guy, I'm just joking. You know about the IS-7 incident, yeah? Your old man's last case. Of course, Von Carmen took great pleasure in showing me the files as soon as I became a prosecutor. And I reviewed them again last night after your invite, see? Wow, Edgeworth does his homework. I was also present at the trial all those years ago, although my memories of it are somewhat hazy. As a child, I was completely in awe of my father. The sight of him in court was inspirational. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law, and opposite him, the man who would become my mentor, Manfred von Karma. It was quite a case, however. It ended with the conviction of the accused. Ah, so you were there too. You were in the courtroom for Gregory's final outing. Well, that'll make explaining things easier. I wanted you to know something, see? That something being what really went down. Not the truth in those files, but the capital T truth. Or? Are we going to learn different types of truths? What other truths do we have? Okay. It was 18 years ago, smack dab in the middle of a real doozy of a winter. The buildings were covered with a blanket of snow. It looked like the streets were lined with popsicles. But things weren't so innocent behind those frozen doors. In fact, some pretty sordid stuff went down. Look at him, he's so young. He is so young. Look at him. Little baby Fender. This was back before yours truly was the fine figure of an attorney you see before you today. 18 years ago. Okay, let's learn. I want to know what went down in history. Oh, was he already working for Gregory? Hey, Mr. E, this one really came out of the blue, huh? It did. We were called in before the ink on the arrest papers were even dry. My name is Gregory Edgeworth. I'm a defense attorney. I'm here visiting a client with my assistant, Eddie Fender. A murder on Christmas Eve. Oh my god, is another one of them Christmas Eve? Oh my god, what's the world coming to? In the dark of the night, at the end of the day, I saw two timely saviours coming my way. Oh, is this guy with the fluffy? Welcome, my friends, to the visitors' room. And if we're not friends yet, I'm sure we will be soon. Why is he right? Is he Hamlet in human version? Is he a human version of Hamlet? He's just rhyming everything. Except I can't put on an Australian accent, otherwise I would. Whoa, talk about an entrance. I was not expecting that. Neither was I. Sorry if I surprised you. I'm just so happy to see you both. Thanks so much for coming out. Seriously, I can't thank you enough. He is very chiseled. Wow, look at his chin. You're the accused, I take it. I am. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law, at your service. Gregory Edgeworth looks like... He doesn't look like a lawyer. He looks like a spy or detective from like the old 50s and 60s shows. I'm loving the aesthetic of it. I look forward to representing you. This is my assistant, Eddie Fender. Pleased to meet you, sir. I'll do everything I can to help. Come now, Edward. Calm down, please. You'll have to forgive him. He's still new to this. He's been helping me out part-time, but he's far from fully fledged lawyer material yet. Nonetheless, I'm hoping he'll be of some assistance in investigating the particulars of this case. Gregory and Eddie, it's an honour to meet you both. My job as a defense attorney is to save my clients from wrongful convictions. So the first thing to do is establish whether or not he is truly innocent. Perhaps we could begin by having you tell us a little about yourself. What am I thinking? I haven't even told you my name. I am Samson Tangaroa. Samson Tangaroa? Tangaroa? What is the pun in his name? Samson Tangaroa? Is it like a dessert? The Tangaroa bit sounds like a dessert. I'll figure it out later. It is really you? Samson Tangaria, the world's greatest confectioner? You flatter me, my young friend. And call me Samson. All my pals do. Wow, thanks, Samson. I will. I can't believe I'm meeting you in person. His eyes are so sparkly. It seems Eddie knows something of our client. Mr. E, it's the Samson Tangaria, the singing, dancing, confectionery making sensation. What shall we make today, kids? Are they gonna... Macarons, waffles with cream, chiffon cakes that are light as a dream. Laugh and sing, smile, it's true. All that sweetness waiting for you. Look there, where? Over there. The oven's got something special to share. Ping! Now let's see what we've got for you. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh god, that was terrible. That was absolutely terrible. Oh, I started dancing along. Gregory, you should have joined them. No way. I got to sing with Samson Tangaria. This is the dream come true. Thanks, little pal. It means a lot to hear you say that. He's just readjusting. My apologies, but I think we need to discuss the matter at hand. Of course, I'm sure you're both very busy. Alright, where would you like me to start? Right, let's ask about him. So, you're not just a confectioner. You're not just a confectioner, but also a singer and dancer. I sure am. When I'm having fun, my body just starts moving. You must really enjoy making desserts. Wouldn't be much of a confectioner if I didn't. I live to make sweets that will bring joy to others. Hey, they're not just things, they're work of art. The sparkling, dazzling, mouth-watering creations, the stuff that dreams are made of. So he aims to create joyous and inspirational pieces, does he? Okay. Yes, about the incident. I understand that the incident in question happened at your mansion. It did. We were holding an international confectionery contest there, when a body was found inside one of my creations. Inside his creations? Inside one of your... No way! The detective in charge placed me under arrest because of it, and now here I am. But I could never take a life, never. I'm sure the police will see that too in time. They'll realise their mistake. I sure hope so. And what can you tell me about the victim? His name is Artie Frost. Artie Frost, oh my god. He was taking part in the contest. Mr. Frost was a wonderful confectioner. His creations were things of real beauty. I just don't understand. Why did he have to die? I'm sorry. He seems genuinely upset over the victim's death. I think I have a pretty good measure of the man now. Mr. Tangaria, there's just one last thing I need to confirm with you. You didn't kill Mr. Frost, correct? Correct. I swear to you, I didn't do it. Like I told you, I can never take a life, never. He seems quite sincere. Alright, I'm going to take you at your word. Thank you for being so forthright with me. Likewise, it's good to talk to somebody other than those detectives. Well, thankfully he wasn't rhyming and singing all the way through. We'll head to the scene of the crime and see what we can learn. We'll be in touch when we have something more to tell you. Goodbye, Gregory. Goodbye, Eddie. I'm counting on you both. He's so dramatic though. Goodbye, Gregory. Goodbye, Freddie. Oh wait, is this his home? That's now turned into a museum? It's pretty cold out there, huh, Mr. E? I never saw so much snow. Yes, and it doesn't seem like it'll be letting up anytime soon. But just look at this place. What a sweet house Samson's got. It's huge. Yes, big enough to hold an international confectionery contest, no less. Welcome, welcome everyone. Come on in. We'll have us some fun. Oh no. Are you alright? I'm sorry. Would you happen to be Mr. Gregory Edgeworth by any chance? I would. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, he's such a gentleman. I'm Eddie Fender, Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, welcome to our humble abode. Judy Bound. It's an honour to meet you both. I'm the housekeeper here and Mr. Tangaria's assistant. You're no housekeeper, you're Judy Bound, the Judy Bound. You know a little something of my work. A little. I watch you on TV every chance I get. I'm Bacon Pot's biggest fan. It's very kind of you to say so. We'd be nothing without our fans. And what might Bacon Pot be? It's only the biggest show on TV. Every kid on the planet loves it. The dynamic duo of Samson and Judy make delicious sweet stuff, all while singing and dancing. Like this, check it out. Is he gonna dance? What shall we make today, kids? Cookie dough, caramel too, fluffy show cream, tiramisu. Everyone, come along. Bacon treats with a smile and a song. There, oh, where, who, there, it's true. The oven's got something special for you. Ping, just take a bite and you will see. Oh my god. Is this song gonna pop up every single time? Go. No, not karaoke. Never karaoke. Never, ever, 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 ever. That was a wonderful performance, Mr. Fender. Bravo. I dance along every time I watch the show. Perhaps Miles might enjoy it too. I'll suggest it later. Aww, that's adorable. So maybe my son will enjoy this. But all this dancing really takes it out of a guy. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm the world's worst hostess. Here, nothing relaxes the body and mind quite like a cup of tea. But you just sang the song. I didn't sing, I just rhymed. I just read the rhyme. Those are really awkwardly shaped cups. Look at the shape of the cup. Like, how would you drink from them? Would you drink from a point, or would you drink from a side of a point, or would you drink it where the point dips? Ah, this is Ceylon, correct? It's delicious. Is it Ceylon or Ceylon? Its citrus aromas said to improve one's ability to concentrate, as I recall. Interesting. So this is what Ceylon tea, I think it's Ceylon tea tastes like, huh? Oh, odd. The sauce is cold. Yes, it's so that the tea cools down more quickly, I'm afraid. I'm afraid some of our guests don't like it too hot. Cup is weird, yes. It's very awkward to drink from. I see. These teacups are very unique too. Design is really something. You think so? Thank you so much. I ordered them all the way from France. They're my absolute favourite. They were designed by a marvellous sculptor named Paul Halik. Have you heard of him? He makes the most amazing tableware in the world. You're clearly a big fan of his work. Oh, I am. These teacups are my greatest treasure. She's certainly not afraid to show when she's passionate about something. If you don't mind, Miss Bound, I'd like to move on to the reason we're here. Can you tell us everything you know about the unfortunate incident that occurred earlier? Of course. I'm sorry for getting so distracted. I guess I'm still in shock. Because I'm the one who found the body, you see. You discovered the victim. Is it true that the body was recovered from inside one of Mr. Tangaria's creations? It is. We were in the middle of the contest's final judgment phase when I heard the sound of something big collapsing coming from Samson's room. Oh? Samson? Are you in here? I opened the door and went inside, and there was Mr. Frost's body. Thank you. I'm sorry to make you relive such a traumatic experience. Think nothing of it, please. I only wish I had more to tell you. Now, if you don't mind, Miss Bound, I'd like to begin our investigation of the crime scene. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, you have to save Samson. He's no murderer. He can never do something like that. Of course. Leave it to us, Miss Bound. Thank you so much. I'll go serve the others their tea then. Come, Eddie, to the scene of the crime. Yes, Mr. E. Come, Eddie, to the scene of the crime. It's like, come on, Robin, to the Batmobile. Oh, it's oh my God. Oh my God, what's his name? I've forgotten his name already. It's the detective. We'll hear his name. No way. Everything in this room's made of chocolate. Oh, I can't believe I'm getting to see so many of Samson's creations this up close and personal. I might be more excited myself if the room wasn't a murder scene. Just hearing you say that sends a shiver down my spine. That might just be the temperature in here. It's rather cold. Yeah, now that you mention it, it is pretty chilly. Achoo! Oh, is it the man that's too young for Rin now? He might be too young for Rin. This is 18 years before, right? So how was he 30 odd? We'll know how old he is now, and then we'll just add 18 years on top. Defense on the scene already. That was fast. I don't remember how I did his voice. A pleasure to meet you, Gregory Edgeworth. I'm representing Mr. Tangaria. This is my assistant, Eddie Fender. Nice to meet you. Bad. Detective Tyrell Bad. Oh, wait. Is his middle name Tyrell? Okay, his profile isn't updated. The detective in charge is named Bad. A man of few words. Why is he eating the paper? Something about this just doesn't taste right. What's paper? You're eating your notepaper. Is his profile? Yeah, there we go. He is 42 here, so he would have been, what, 60 when we met him? Was he 60? No, that can't be right. Could it? Was he 60 in the first game? Because I know we were, okay, so we were back in the past. And then, and it can't have been this far in the past. Was he this old? Was he this old, Shroomy? Okay, well, he's 42 here. Plus 18 makes him 60. You remember 60? Okay. So wouldn't that be the right age for Rin? 60? Isn't that like the perfectly ripe age for Rin? Good old ripe age of 60. We were judging Rin for it. Okay. Oh yeah, because she really likes his chin, right? At the age of 42, he's way too young for her. Way too young. I mean, yes, but is 42 a little young for Rin? Almost grandpa age. No, well, 42 isn't grandpa age. 42 is, I think, too young for Rin. 60, yeah, is the more closer to grandpa age. And is probably more Rin speed, right? Not 42, that's way too... Yeah, 42 is way too young for Rin. I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah, you could be... Could you be a grandpa at 42? Let's say you had a kid at 18. So 18 plus 18 is what? 46? 36. Oh my God, someone help me. No, 36. Yeah, 18. So let's say you had a kid at 18 and then your kid became 18. So that would mean that you're 36 when your kid is 18. And then your kid had a kid. So you could be a grandparent at the age of 36. Oh my God. 42 is old enough to be a grandparent. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is correct maths, right, guys? My mental maths is not brilliant. I can't maths mentally. I need to like do, yeah, high school sweethearts, having kids can make that happen. Yeah, okay, so I was right. Yeah, oh my God, you're gonna be a grandparent at the age of 36. So he's not too young to be a grandparent technically, especially if you have the kids young. Even if you had your kid at 20 and then your kid was 20 and also had a kid, you'd be a grandparent at the age of 40. The average person has a kid at 30, so he technically could be a granddad even with the average age 30. I mean, only if he was 60, yes. Because let's say Bad had a kid at the age of 30, he'd need to be 60 again for his kid to have another kid at the age of 30, especially if we're talking about average ages. So he would be technically a grandpa at the age of 60, but if we're talking about early, like really young, having kids, then yeah, he'd be a grandpa at the age of 36. You're eating your paper. Well, I guess I'm below average. Wait, are you... Cooper, do you have a kid? Sorry, I had to work that out. Are you saying that you are a grandpa that is not 60 quite yet? Yeah, but I think 25 is a normal age to have a kid as well, technically. No, I'm 30 without a kid. Okay. That's why we were really confused. We were like, wait, Cooper, do you have a kid? Because Shuma was saying the average for having kids is 30. And then you said you were below the average, which would mean you have had a kid when you were below the age of 30. That's why we were confused. We were like, Cooper, do you have a kid? You don't count, Cooper. You're not included in the equation. The equation does not include us, the kidless people, right? Oh dear, that was... Secretly, Cooper is a teen dad. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, it's good, and I see the pros and cons to having a child young, because it means that you have to give up a lot of your life and your time to having a kid young. However, it also means that your children grow up, well, I say they grow up at the same rate regardless, but they're much older whilst you're still a little bit younger, if that makes sense. So you can still just, if you decide to just have the one kid, at least then your kid, by the time you're in your 30s, your kid is old enough to be independent, which then gives you time to then continue with your life before or whatever you wanted to do. And that's one of the pros I can see to having a kid young. However, with the world as it is and finances not being as much as they probably are, then it is almost... It's not impossible, but it's very difficult to bring up a child in this economy. Exactly that, Mr. Cooper. It's not what I thought that meant. Secretly, Cooper's a teen dad. That would have been above average. I mean, yeah, people like us aren't included in that statement. It's only people who have kids that are included in that statement. Oh dear. But yeah, no, children, like, I don't mind looking after my friends' kids or like anybody who needs me to babysit for a bit, but they're not for me. The children aren't for me. And I know my friends are all like, oh, but you know, when you have your own, it's different. I know it'll be different because I'll have no choice but to let it be different. But when I look at their kids, I don't go, oh yeah, I want one of my own. I really don't get that. I really don't get that feeling. I'll look after anyone's cats. I mean, same here, Berry. I'll look after anyone's cats or dogs. But yeah, no, I mean, I have friends who obviously sometimes need the extra help, which is fine. I completely understand. We're all like adults trying to survive this world. So if I can help, I will help. And, you know, sometimes babysitting isn't that bad, especially when they're a bit older. They literally keep themselves occupied. I just have to make sure they don't do anything dangerous or stupid. And if they are, I just have to stop them before it gets out of hand. Otherwise, their kids are pretty easy. As long as they're not newborns, it's fine. Newborns are a little bit more difficult because obviously you need to make sure they're well fed, their diapers are changed, and like they are out of harm's way because everything can be harmful. You know, it's quite something. But no, slightly older kids aren't that bad to look after. They, like I said, they preoccupy themselves with anything they want to do. They'll play by themselves, have their own toys, etc. I just have to keep an eye on them to make sure they're not doing anything stupid. I'd love to have children, but I'm gay and mentally unstable. Oh no, I'm sorry, Shroomy. I'd love to, but I'd need both financial stability and a partner. It's rough out there, bro. Yeah, I'm not fussed about. No, I'm good. I don't want any kids because it means giving up too much of myself, and I am not ready to do that, and I don't think I ever will be. So I'm fine. But that's not me saying that people shouldn't. It's up to you what you decide for your life and what's best for your life. It's just, yeah, children ain't for me. He likes to chew over his thoughts rather literally. I'm afraid. Why did I read that so weirdly? He likes to chew over his thoughts rather literally, I'm afraid. It helps him digest and remember them. It's a little quirk of his. Please try to ignore it. Although, I'd be the first to admit, that's easier said than done. With introduction out of the way, Detective Bad, would you mind if we joined you in investigating the scene? Sorry, not gonna happen. What? How come? Mr. Edgeworth is Mr. Tangery's attorney. Yeah, and attorneys will do anything to get him off the hook, even put words in their clients' mouths. You think I need that on my crime scene? Mr. Edgeworth would never do something like that. I don't trust attorneys. Okay, kid? Detective, you established my client's supposed guilt based on an investigation on the crime scene, correct? That's usually how it works, yeah. What of it? Why does Rin actually think Bad is attractive? Eyes are so creepy. Right, okay, he's only creepy when he pops them out of his head. Otherwise, Bad isn't that bad. Bad isn't that bad. I am terrible with my words today. Bad isn't that bad. He has very distinctive features. He's got a long face, big chin, nice strong nose, a very strong jawline. And I mean his I'm gonna say his body isn't that bad either. So, you know, I mean, we can't see much of it, but what we can see with the clothes draped over, which is what I prefer anyway, isn't that bad. And he's got harnesses as well. Oh my god, men with harnesses. Ooh. However, Bad is not my cup of tea. In this instance, I actually prefer Gregory over Bad for some reason. The suspenders, yeah, not just the suspenders. Oh my god. Right, so I'm gonna tell you a story. There was one time I was driving and there was an unmarked police car and it drove past. It wasn't after me, obviously, it was after someone else. And they pulled a car over and then went, oh, can I use the sus command? No, you can't, Shuvi. So the policeman pulled over another car and the policeman stepped out and oh my god. Oh my god. He had a fitted t-shirt and he had the gun harness on and I was like, oh my god, arrest me please, officer, I'm here. You can arrest me too. He was delicious. He was delicious, guys. You can suss me all you want. I am not gonna lie, he was very nummy. It's a shame it was only in passing because I've never seen him since. I was just like, oh, maybe he doesn't man the area I live in, unfortunately. Can I petition for a delicious redeem? What would the delicious redeem consist of? What would it consist of, Cooper? What would it entail? That's usually how it works. Yeah, what of it? Then extend me the same courtesy. I believe he is innocent and like the chance to prove it. Oh, you know, I do not know. I do not know. Is that why you play detective games so you can check out the police? No, I just really like this game series. That's not why I'm playing this. Young Jatsu was never like this. No, Young Jatsu was probably just as bad, just a little bit less vocal about it. You believe he's innocent and you didn't even see the scene yet. That's some flimsy lawyering. No. We are not doing it. No, I refuse. I refuse. That's exactly why I wish to see the scene for myself. I need to ensure that my belief is based on solid evidence and sound reasoning. You're about to tell me you're not leaving until you let you look over the scene. I am. But to think that Bad and Gregory... I mean, how old is Gregory actually? Oh, we don't have... Okay, we won't know how old Gregory is. Fine. Knock yourselves out. Thank you, detective. But I'm coming around with you. Like I said, I don't trust attorneys. If you're good with that, go ahead and get to it. That's a lollipop. That was a lollipop this whole time. I must admit I didn't see that coming either. We better get started then. I'll need you to take notes, Eddie. Oh, on it, Mr. E. Let's get this over with. Gatmo. He is Gatmo. The wiki says 34 to 35. Oh, okay. So he's the average. He's the average. He had a kid at, well, maybe 28, depending on how old Miles is at this time point. This is a fine selection of nautical paraphernalia. Oh my god, paraphernalia. That was a difficult word to say. You think one of them could be the murder weapon? No, they're all made out of chocolate. You'd have a hard time bludgeoning somebody to death with one of them. Can't tell what's real in here. They really do look genuine. I can hardly tell the difference myself. A true testament to Mr. Tangaria's skills. Okay, so we've done that one. What are you investigating, officer? Sir, I was taking the temperature of the water here. And what have you learned? Oh, it's warm, sir. The stream in each room flows into the main fountain and then the water is circulated back to the rooms. Unusual to say the least. I've never seen a house quite like this one. Rich folks, they're all crazy. Okay. How's it looking over here, officer? Nothing of interest in that cupboard or... yes, sir. So, there is. Oh, no, there isn't. Just a blowtorch used for cooking and some tableware, sir. You've heard the man, Mr. Attorney. Nothing to add, am I right? No. So, do you have something to add? Oh, no. Can't get a straight answer out of anybody. Perhaps you should ask a straight question. Is he a chef? And you are? He has a scar on his eye. He has a proper moustache though. Do you think anyone can grow a moustache like this? I mean, it is possible, and I have seen it. Sorry. Meditating. Did you want something, detective? Oh, I'm an attorney, not a detective. Gregory Edgeworth, a pleasure to meet you. And I'm his assistant, Eddie Fender. You see. Name's Carmelo Gusto. I'm a confectioner, here for the contest. You are? What's your specialty, Mr. Gusto? Oh. What is going on? Does he do pastries? That's so cute. The art of air and sugar. Oh, sugar art. No way. Look at that. It's a little baby seahorse. It's a dragon. And did he just say it's a dragon? That is not a dragon. How is that a dragon, guys? How is that a dragon? That's no way a dragon. It's a dragon. A noble soaring creature of the skies. It's a sea dragon. Okay, it's a sea dragon. That's a dragon. But it's soaring the skies, Shroomy. Sea dragons don't soar the skies, they soar the seas. It does look more aquatic than airborne. No need to sugarcoat it. My design sense is weak. I know that better than anybody. That's why I'm heading to Shanghai when this is all over. I need to train hard. Perhaps we should get off the subject of his design sense for now. So what are you doing in here, Mr. Gusto? I didn't think they were allowing civilians on the scene yet. Detective wanted to know more about one of the pieces in here. It makes sense, seeing as he's a contestant. Perhaps I should ask him a few questions of my own. We're going to question him? I might change his voice though. Those are some interesting implements you use, Mr. Gusto. Is he going to make another seahorse dragon? It's a chicken! It's a chicken! Look at it! It's adorable. It's a little chick. Sugar blowing pumps. They put air into the sugar. They're so cool. It's like watching the swordmaster do his thing. I'm no master. Not a day goes by that I don't hurt myself one way or another. That's why I wear red. That way it doesn't matter when I make a mess. Is he Deadpool? The way of the confectioner is a lonely one. You never stop learning, not until you die. The way of the confectioner sounds like a long one too, if he's still injuring himself on a daily basis. What can you tell me about the contest? Based on what we've seen so far, flavour doesn't seem to be the only criteria at play. The contest was Tangeria's idea. It's about art. Confectionery is art. Confectionery is as art. Art you can eat, every part of it. Every single item in this room is edible. The whole place does kind of smell like chocolate. Tangeria is a genius. A once-in-a-generation talent. Flavour and flair, he has it all. And if you can't outdo the god of confections himself, you can't win. I don't know, man. Beating out the greatest in the world seems kinda hard, yeah? As it should be. Whoever beats him becomes the greatest in turn. That's the real prize here, nothing else matters. So you're competing for the title, effectively. And a treasure. The ultimate cookbook. Tangeria's most prized possession. If you want to know more, it's all written down here. Oh, here's a list of rules that was given out to contestants. Let's have a look at the rules. A piece of paper listing the rules of the contest. Prizes. The ultimate cookbook, the title of world's greatest confectioner. Rules. Judging will proceed clockwise from the leftmost room. All contestants will gather in Mr. Tangeria's room when judging ends. Non-confectionery items may not be used as decoration. Stands and display materials will be provided. Contestants may not enter another contestant's room until judging has been completed. Oh, they all have their own each room? What? They all have their own each room? What the hell? They all each have their own room? Oh, we read that already. So no one really saw what they were all each creating. It was all very secretive. Can't speak, yeah. Can't speak. That's a daily occurrence though, Shroomy. Sorry, I don't know much about what happened. I only heard about it after the judging was over. How was the judging organised? It started at 3 PM. Tangeria began making the rounds right around then. Oh, there were 4 rooms. There was Tangeria's, Gusto's, Scones and Frost's. Lurk, have some dinner. No worries, Shroomy. Go, go, go. Hope you enjoy your dinner. He left his room, then worked his way round the venue clockwise. My creations were the first to be judged. After that, he went to Scone's room. She's another one of the contestants. What can you tell us about her? Ruthless, brutal. There's nothing she wouldn't do to win. She was working with Cream, some kind of dreamscape. Then, last of all, Frost's room. His thing was flavoured ice, sculptures this time, or so I heard. I mean, it makes sense because Frost is, well, ice, and then Scones is because of the cream. Oh, cream butter? No, wait. Jam and... It is butter, right? Well, a particular type of butter. It's left my head. Oh my god. Anyway, it's cream. I'm just gonna say cream. It's not cream. It's not buttercream either. What is it? It is butter, right? No, is it cream? Oh. No, I just dropped the. What do you have with scones? Clotted cream. That's the word. It's just like cream, butter, clotted cream, and jam. That's what it is. But Bound found the body while Tangaria was still making the rounds. She panicked, ran to call the cops. Tangaria went right on judging, claims he didn't know a thing about it until afterward. Went ahead and looked over the victim's work even though the guy was nowhere to be seen. Pretty suspicious behaviour in anyone's book. I don't have enough information to challenge him on that yet. By the way, Detective Bad, what were you and Mr. Gusto talking about earlier? I was going to ask about the piece on the wall here, the one in the frame. Seemed like something was off. One in the frame? Angel Beset by Fawns? Thought I'd better ask somebody who knows about this stuff. But then you bozos showed up and pulled me away from my very important work. Perhaps we can take a closer look together. Can't take a hint, can you? Mr. Gusto, would you mind helping us out? Of course. Confectionery is my life. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Oh, there's a missing thing on the candles, isn't it? Who knew we could make a picture this pretty out of chocolate? Samson really is a god among men. Is it really made of chocolate though? It looks far too much like a regular illustration to me. You have a good eye, I'm impressed. That's no piece of candy, that's the ultimate cookbook. The ultimate cookbook, in other words, the grand prize. What? So it's not made of chocolate after all? No, the book is simply framed in some. Tangaria showed it to all of us when he gathered us here to explain the rules. The participants knew that the grand prize was in this room the whole time. Anyway, you see it too, right? The frame, something's missing. Oh, there's a handprint on there. The oddity Detective Bad was going to ask Mr. Gusto about earlier, yes. And there's a missing leaf. You're right, Detective, something is missing from this frame. So it's not just me. Huh? What's missing? The frame is missing some chocolate. Here, this leafy bit.
Take that.
Oh, there's a voice. Look at the decorative work in the corner here. Something's missing though. Oh yeah, it's different from the other side. It's not like Tangaria, the balance is all wrong. But that's not all. Take a look around. Every confection in this room is missing some small bit. Oh yeah. I think. What's the boat missing? You're right. The candle holder, the nautical stuff, they're all like that. Did someone deliberately damage them? That's a very good question. Or did Tangaria just want it to look like somebody messed with his work? He never do that to his own creation, never. Could this have some deeper meaning for the case? I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. There's a handprint right here. Are these finger marks? Yeah, but we don't know whose yet. Still haven't figured it out. No fingerprints, no ID. Finger marks without prints. That could certainly be important to the case. Hey, Horror! Welcome in. Hello, hello. Let me just quickly give you a shout out. The unnamable Horror. Yay! I got it right first time. Only Cans Thursday? What the hell is that? What were you playing? I thought you'd be playing Dead by Daylight. But what is Only Cans Thursday? You did, congrats. Thank you so much. But yes, welcome in Raiders. My name is Jatsu. I'm a variety streamer. I do a lot of story-based games, psychological horrors, and I also occasionally draw. If you haven't hydrated for a while, please make sure you grab that cup of yours and take a nice big sip. And if you haven't moved for a while, please lift your arms up into the air and take a big stretch. Big stretch. It's the weekend afternoon. We do other stuff. You do other stuff now, do you? Like, what sort of other stuff? I'm gonna get sus commanded so badly. It's definitely not like Chair Simulator, if that's what you're insinuating. I was not. I completely forgot that you'd actually play that. That is a very weird game. And I'm surprised it's not banned on Twitch. Actually, like, very surprised it's not banned on Twitch. But no, but yeah, what is this game that you were playing, Only Cans? Were you dating cans? Like, is it, as the name suggests, you were dating cans? Because of the whole first date? We were merely taking photographs of sexy cans of soda that were definitely not not moaning when we made them fizzy. And how would one go about making these cans fizzy? I might want to ask. Oh my god, the games you play is so weird. so weird. Oh dear. Right, but I'm gonna continue gaming whilst you tell me how you made them fizzy. What exactly? What? It's a real head scratch, all right. Not really. I'm guessing whoever it was wore gloves. Ah, where's your sense of romance, of adventure? There doesn't tend to be much of either at a crime scene, Eddie. The most certainly did not pop their seals with captions saying things like sexy soda. Oh my god. Oh my god. You do play the really frisky games. The frisky and risky games. Honestly, I'm surprised these ones are not banned. Achoo. Are you alright, Eddie? Yeah, but it sure is chilly in here. Yes, it wasn't exactly warm out in the fountain room either. There's also a bit of a body horror shimmering below the service. I'm playing it for plot. But is the plot the sound or the fizzy? Is that what the plot is? the plot, quotation marks. Yes, it wasn't exactly warm out in the fountain room either. But it's even colder in here. Would you like to borrow my jacket? No, I'm fine. And besides, you said you'd give it to me when I finally got my attorney's badge. It did, didn't I? Why do they have the heat down so low? Chocolate needs to be kept at the right temperature. Take a good look. Take a look behind that panel on the wall. What panel? Look at that. It was here this whole time. Experience cans with this clicking. Experience cans with this clicking based rhythm game. Anyone can be an erotic can photographer. Click to snap and spray at just the right moments to get combos, high scores, and even feedback of them from our models. Progress with our base flavors to the more unconventional fan favorites and learn more about the shiz brand history while meeting some amazing, flirty, and outrageous cans along the way. And it's stream safe. There are only sussy noises. Still, I'm surprised that Twitch allows sussy noises. There's one in each of the contest rooms. Dangaree hid them so they wouldn't spoil the aesthetic of our works. And what do the controls do? They adjust the temperature and the lighting. It's February, the month of love. Ugh. Ugh. It's right. February shouldn't be the only month of love. Okay, if you love someone, it should be every day. It should be every day, not just for 1 month. Having a partner isn't only for February. It is for until as long as it is going all right. It goes all the way down to minus 22 degrees Fahrenheit, cold enough to keep my confectionery from melting. It's February, the monetized month for capitalist love. That is also true. So, in effect, each room is a giant freezer. Oh, wait, but if every room is a giant freezer, that means our victims... The time of death for our victim could be altered because that's... Well... Because the decomposition of the body would be slowed down due to the temperature of the room. Anyway, I need to pop down the road and get some Chinese. Have a good stream. No worries, Hara. I hope you have a good Chinese. And thank you for the raid and thank you so much for stopping by. I very much appreciate it. But yes, go and enjoy your food. I will see you next time. It's 59 degrees in here? No wonder I'm cold. Hey, Detective Bad, you mind if we turn it up a little? Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. But I'm not a detective. The saying goes for attorneys, Eddie. We must never disturb the scene of the crime. Get used to the cold. It's all part of your training. Chocolate needs to be kept between 59 and 65 degrees. There's no way around it. You know the temperatures by heart, huh? Guess it is your job. Oh my god. It's the very least I should know. Any real confectioner should be able to tell you that and more. Alright, what about lollipops and cream? If it's not too hot or too humid, lollipops should be fine just about anywhere. Cream needs to be kept at around 50 degrees. Need to watch out for heat and humidity, huh? Duly noted. Detective Bad's kind of brightened up when he was talking about lollipops, didn't he? I suppose he must be very, very fond of them. I don't believe there's any more to be found here. Oh. Okay. So we've done all the investigation here. Oh. There's some very tasteful tableware here, along with some kitchen utensils. This tea set is the same design as the one Miss Bound served us with earlier. You think Samson could have been drinking tea out of that? The pot and cup were dusted for prints. His were the only ones they found. And was that the case for the utensils too? Everything else had been washed, so there weren't any prints to find. And if Mr. Tangaria was wearing gloves while he was working on his confectionaries, that could explain why prints were only found on the teapot and cup. Is that a teapot? It's a very... I mean, right, okay, the teapot looks cool, but that cup is still very awkward. Oh, let's check the... This is where they found the body. So this is where the body was discovered. Is there a coin in there? Yeah, they took it away already, but everything else is just how we found it. Right here. What are you? It appears the body was inside the treasure chest. Yeah, a woman by the name of Bound found it. Samson, are you in here? Seems she heard something breaking and came in to see what it was. If only we had just a little more information. There's something else in here. Huh, it looks like a seal of some kind, with someone's initials and an intricate shape carved into it. Does that say PH? Oh, is that Frost's name? Because it makes sense. It might be his stamp because, I mean, Frost is the victim. As if I'm making those fancy wax things on documents. Do you think it belongs to the victim? No idea. But it's got to be logged. But it's got to get logged anyway, so I'll take that. Okay. It's really rather impressive making an entire ship out of chocolate. But that sounds like Tangaria for you. Don't you just want to take a big bite out of it? Which part to bite first though? That's the real head scratcher, you know. Bite any part of it, kid, and you'll be off this crime scene so fast your head will spin. Hey, it was just a joke. Stop staring at me like that. I do sometimes wish Eddie could keep his cool a little bit better. Oh, the stand broke. One of the stands of the ship is broken. The ship must have collapsed onto the treasure chest and smashed it open. Wait, do you think... Could that be how the victim died? Was he crushed by the ship? If he was, this becomes an accidental death and not a murder. Are you too serious? Don't worry, detective. For the moment, we're simply discussing the possibility. I was being serious, though. Detective, can you tell us a little more about the state of the victim's body? Let me see. Got a picture here someplace. You can see for yourselves. Oh, his blunt force trauma, yeah. And what about the weapon? Has it been found yet? You can ask the prosecutor in charge about that. The detective's not one for sharing much, I see. Would you mind if we borrowed this? No skin off my nose. It's not like it's official. Bound took it with an instant camera when she found the body. An instant camera? Like it's disposable or something? No, it means that it develops the pictures right there and then when you ask to take them. No way! Sounds pretty convenient. Now then, I better get my facts straight and take down some notes of my own. There's something in this picture that contradicts with the current crime scene. I'll need to call on my powers of deduction to figure out why. What about it? Okay. What about it is contradictory. The victim's body was found in Samson Tangaria's room inside a chocolate treasure chest. The cause of death appears to have been blood loss following blunt force trauma. I thought that was a hat that he was wearing. It's not a hat at all. That's his hair. I was like, why is there a hat? But it's not a hat. But what's contradictory? Okay, so that's the rules. Spinning Mia. Oh, wait. Look, there's something stamped on the bottom. It says PH. I suppose that must be Paul Halleck's pottery mark. Those are his initials, after all. Miss Bound said that she was a big fan of his work. His initials, huh? So if I'd made it, it would say EF. The forbidden hat. The one that you shouldn't tug on. Perhaps you should practice by initialing your personal belongings first. But that's the same... Oh. Wait, why is there a stamp? Yes, what a gorgeous design. Really? It just seems a bit out there to me. Like, how do you even get your tea in there? Art isn't about function, Eddie. It's about form. I guess I'll have to take your word for it, Mr. E. This art stuff is way beyond me. Yeah, that sign is the same. Pigs chatty. You can always pick me, Mia. That's absolutely fine. Let's try and link some things together. Sound of something breaking, blunt force trauma, damaged creation, broken stand. So these two link. The stand broke and the ship collapsed with it. And the loud sound it made brought Miss Bound running. Yeah, said the ship had already killed over by the time she got in here. But why did the stand collapse? What caused it to break? Maybe the whole thing was off balance from the get-go. Could that really have been the case? Huh? What are you confused about, Mia? Who's this guy? Hang on. Let me explain. So the guy in the left is Gregory Edgeworth. That is Miles's dad. And the guy in the middle is Detective Bad. And then the guy on the right is the young Eddie Fender. I'll show you their profiles. So this is young Eddie Fender. This is Detective Bad. Chat is in the way. Detective Bad. This is Gusto, contestant. Samson Tangaria. Artie Frost, who is the person who died. Judy Bound, who is the assistant to Samson Tangaria. Eddie Fender is the guy who wants to hug everyone. He is the younger version, or he is the 18-year-old version of the guy who tries to hug everyone. And Detective Bad was in one of our... oh my god. Imagine a young Lang. Oh my god, that would be that would be the day. And Detective Bad was in one of our first cases of the first game with Edgeworth. I think Mia would be all over that, a young Lang. Right, these two connect as well. All of Mr. Tangeria's creations are missing a little piece each, including one of the stands that was holding up the ship. Somebody really went all out. Do you think it could have been the killer? It's certainly a possibility. Either way, I think we can safely say the stand was damaged in our mystery person's tampering spree. And when it broke, the ship fell and smashed open the treasure chest, which would have remained closed otherwise. Is there any more? No, it's just the one. Oh yeah, if you're still wanting to draw my commissions, can I make a side? Yeah, of course you can, Shroomy. Of course you can. Oh. You are missing. Oh. No, we already searched all that. Why is there no tick? Is it because we haven't looked at everything? Okay, let's look at everything. The picture's not made of chocolate. It's covered in a book. It's the cover of a book, the ultimate cookbook. The ultimate cookbook, in other words, the grand prize. Yes, framed in chocolate. Tangeria showed it all to us when he gathered us here to explain the rules. So the participants knew that the grand prize was in this room the whole time. The candelabra made of chocolate. There's a little title here, The Light of Life. Well, this particular light seems to be missing one of its life-giving flames. Is there some sort of symbolic meaning, or could it be? It's a journal belonging to the captain of the chocolate ship, also made of chocolate. Diary of Despair, that's some title. Come, hearken, see how we cross the sea and row the red tide to misery. Quite a jaunty rhyme for such a tragic-sounding tale. These controls can be used to adjust the room's temperature and lighting. Red, yellow, green, dark blue, light blue, white, that's a huge range. Temperature is set to 59 degrees, light colours set to white. The pieces in here are made of chocolate, that's why. White light makes them look better. Mr. Tangeria must see the room itself as part of his carefully crafted creations. Just wondering, why do you bite so much, Mia? What's wrong with biting? Shroomy. Looks like a fire alarm. Yeah, and before you start prodding it, it's not made of chocolate. Push it and bells start ringing, people will come running from the security room. Oh, a bunch of hassle, so don't. I know you want to, but don't. Honestly, the thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Typical attorney. What does being an attorney have to do with anything? Is that everything? Am I still missing something here? What else? Okay, so we've done that. Done that. The title? This must be the title of this piece. An angel beset by thorns. That's pretty mysterious. Really gets you thinking, huh? I think I'm a fan. Huh. You have good taste. I'm especially fond of it myself. Simply captivating. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Gusto, praise me. Now, Eddie, don't make this into a thorny issue by bragging about it. You have bad taste. Was that a dad joke, Mr. Edgeworth? I better make note of this momentous occasion. Where did I make a joke, dad or otherwise? I think that's all now. Yeah, okay. Yep, that's everything there. Oh, did we get to look at the fridge? Eats it. I mean, nothing except he may need some food if they are he. Mia is a he, right? Mia, you identify as he, they, them, correct? A well-equipped kitchen, as one might expect. Sadly, it doesn't look like there's much to be found in the way of clues. And nothing of interest in the fridge either. We checked. And nothing's in the fridge. Oh, is there something in the sink? Well, Sangaria wore them when he was working on his masterpiece over there. They're conveniently good at hiding fingerprints too. I suppose it's possible to employ them. in such a manner. But is it really all that suspicious to find a pair of gloves in the kitchen like this? He, any, he for convenience, any, because Mia, no mind, any pronouns. Yeah, I think we discussed about this a while back as well. Because, right, honestly, I thought Mia was female for a while, and then Mia's like, well, actually, my pronouns are any, but you know, I am he. I was like, oh, okay, well, I'll refer to your preferred pronouns, and I do try to do more like gender neutral pronouns. Don't side-eye me. I'm a detective. Everything's suspicious. That's the job. Okay, so that's almost. Am I missing something here? Oh, it must be. Wait. Oh, did they take the blood? It's titled Voyage of the Red Rover. After sailing the seven seas, the legendary ship happens upon a great treasure at last. This piece is a tribute to the adventurous spirit of our ancestors. Who knew? I thought as well, I didn't help this game has a me as well. I'm just confused like that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being confusing. It's fine. So they sailed 6 whole seas before they found anything. Not exactly the luckiest crew out there. Sometimes you gotta take a bunch of wrong turns before you find the truth. And that's what being a real detective is all about. Did they even have detectives back in the days? Did they take the blood? I'm wondering. Something about this doesn't seem quite right. It must be the blood, right? Yeah, because the anchor's there, but the blood's missing. Okay.
Eureka!
Oh, he says Eureka as well? He said the only thing that has been removed from the scene is the body. Yeah, that and the piece of cloth it was wrapped in. And something here doesn't quite add up. It doesn't. Take another look at the scene in front of us, detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioning they'd removed the blood along with the body. Let me check with forensics. What is it, Mr. E? What did you figure out? Compare the treasure chest in the photograph to the real thing. I'm hungry. Oh right, I was gonna get food. Go get food, Mia. I'll try and get to a to be continued section after this, or maybe the end of investigation. I'll probably end it today because I've been streaming for 4 hours. Oh, which is a long time, and I'm getting hungry too. In the picture, the solid chocolate bottom continues underneath the deceased's head. Eat well, Mia. Get food before you bite Jazz's arm off. No, I am not food. Do you know what? I used to do a really bad joke with my friends. So like, if Horror had said to me, oh, I'm going to get Chinese, I would turn around and go, no, don't eat me. I'm not edible. Because I'm Chinese. It's a very bad joke. But yeah. And yeah, that part of the chest is now gone. That part with blood all over it. Exactly. So did the police remove it, or perhaps the killer? It wasn't forensics. They're saying nobody took anything like that away. Nomshatsu anyway, because they were told not to. No, not my arm. Interesting. So somebody deliberately removed the blood from the scene. Could be. Investigation complete. I think we're about done here for now. Well, if I wasn't convinced before, I am now. Tangaria did it. No two ways about it. What do you mean? All the rooms in this place locked from the inside. The only way to unlock them from the outside is with this key. I see. So who had access to that key? Who do you think? Tangaria. And it's the only one. There aren't any copies. But how did Bound get into the room then if all the rooms are locked from the inside and you could only unlock it from the outside with that key? With the mansion key, Tangaria could slip into anybody else's room anytime he liked. And he could even lock his own room from the outside if he wanted. But Mr. Tangaria's room wasn't locked, was it? Nope. Which is exactly what makes him a suspect. Would you care to explain your thinking? Key snack? Oh, so he didn't lock his room, that's why. Oh, we have to do an argument? Okay. If the door had been locked when the body was found, Tangaria would have been the obvious suspect, which is why he deliberately didn't lock his room. And why he smashed in the lid of the treasure chest so the body was on full display. Everyone was supposed to gather in his room when the judging finished up, so he made it look like the murder happened while he wasn't there. The one he didn't plan on was Bound finding the body. Anyway, that's my thinking on this whole thing. Good enough for you, Mr. Attorney. You also believe it was Mr. Tangaria who damaged the whole pieces in his room? Yup. I know you have to believe your client. That's what your job. That's your job, but I'm a detective and I serve the law. And no matter how squeaky clean somebody might seem, a suspect is still a suspect. I fully understand your reasoning, detective. Now, would you mind if I applied a little critical thinking of my own? Do your worst. Just as the detective won't compromise his devotion to the law, I won't compromise my beliefs either. Key snack sounds like the last case with Ali the alligator eating the murder weapon. Oh my god, she did eat. Well, she was forcibly. Well, was she forcibly fed? I don't know. But Lagarde was just not good. And if I'm not about to just accept his version of events, in fact, I'm going to show him the piece of evidence that highlights the contradiction in his claims. Okay. Let's press all these statements. That's hardly solid grounds on which to base your suspicion of Mr. Tangaria, detective. And that's hardly solid grounds to start shouting objections left and right on, Mr. Attorney. Maybe quit interrupting and let me finish. Okay. But it doesn't make sense why he would smash the lid. You're saying Mr. Tangaria himself deliberately smashed the treasure chest open? Yup, if he hadn't, the body would have never been found. I struggle to see how he managed to destroy his own creation while judging the contest at the same time. Exactly, and besides, there's no way he would have disrespected his sweets. He eats every last crumb on Bacon Bop while dancing. That's the only way his stuff gets destroyed. This isn't about what happens on TV, kid. You know about Bacon Bop, detective? Am I the only one who isn't familiar with this show? Wow, I never would have guessed. Can you sing the theme song too? Never mind that now. Focus. The point is this. Tangaria was responsible for breaking that lid.
Hold it.
The judging began in Mr. Gusto's room, correct? Yeah. Kinda wanted to check his hard candy stuff out myself. In that case, how about a demonstration? What's he gonna make this time? What's he gonna make this time? Is little puppers. It's so cute. Well, it's you, detective. Are you calling him a dirty dog? It's a wolf. It's not a wolf, it's a doggo. A lone wolf. I like it. I'm starting to enjoy these little displays. Anyhow.
Hold it.
Do you have a clear idea of when exactly the murder took place? Not yet. Autopsy report's still pending. And yet you still went ahead and arrested Mr. Tangaria. We may not know when the murder happened, but we know when the body was discovered. It was why Tangaria was judging Gusto's room. The perfect alibi if he could set it up just right. But still not grounds for an arrest. Surely you have to agree with that. Do I? Especially when I've got nothing more to say to you. Why do I get the feeling he's hiding something? You really like it? It's really cute though, Shroomy. I actually went to an exhibition that was displaying a load of sugar art, and it's very interesting. It's a dying art, unfortunately, in Japan, which is a shame because whilst they're not really candy for eating, they are more candy for display more than anything. And they are, some of the stuff that they can create is absolutely stunning. If I can find the pictures that I took when I went to that sugar creation exhibition, then I'll share them in the spa. Detective Bad seems pretty convinced that Mr. Tangaria is the culprit. But there's no way he would have vandalized his own creations, no way. Still, the treasure chest did get smashed in, there's no denying that. Alright, sounds cool. Yeah, I'll remember to share them. Perhaps we should focus more on what led to the body's discovery. Doing so should make it easier to spot the flaw in Detective Bad's theory. The door being locked when the body was found, Tangaria would have been obvious suspect. That's hardly solid grounds. Okay, so we already pressed that, sorry. Which is why he deliberately didn't lock his room. And why would he deliberately not lock his room? Because if he locked it, he might as well have held up a sign saying he did it since he had the only key. But maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe he just left it unlocked without meaning to. He just happened to leave it unlocked and somebody just happened to find a body inside. Come on, kid. You'll never make detective thinking like that. But I don't want to be a detective. I want to be an attorney. I'm grateful if you stop trying to steal my apprentice. Look, there's a reason why Tangaria left this door unlocked. Did we press this one? You're saying that Mr. Tangaria himself deliberately smashed the treasure chest open? Yep, if he hadn't, the body would have never been found. Exactly, destroy sweets. Oh, we have done this one. Is it only 3 statements? Okay, we already pressed it. The murder happened while he wasn't there. Seems pretty convinced. Okay. No, so we have to... Maybe something about the lid. The door being... which is why I deliberately didn't. So I smashed the lid in for the treasure chest, so the body was on full display. Notes about the crimes. Police have taken custody of the body. Someone left fingerprints of chocolates. I mean, it wasn't in full display. I mean, kind of is and isn't. Listen to the rules. No, it's not that. Find the body when it's discovered. Please sign signify. Let's just save. Oh, do you know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We'll just we'll just save it on that one. Okay. We are going to present this, the crime scene photo. Oh, I was right. We've established that the body was hidden inside the chest, and that Miss Bound only came running into this room when she heard a sound. It seems reasonable to infer that the sound was that of the chocolate boat collapsing. Sure, seems likely based on the evidence. And yet you assert that it was Mr. Tangaria who had smashed the lid of the chest. Oh, okay. I believe this photo makes it clear that it was the ship that did the smashing. And if that had occurred only moments before Miss Bound had entered the room, then it couldn't have been broken by Mr. Tangeria, who was out judging the contest at that time. I never said that he did it then and there. He could have done something to the stand so it collapsed when he was in the middle of judging. Have you any way of proving that assertion? Nope, but the investigation isn't over yet. There's still time. But he doesn't have anything conclusive. Have you found any prints on this room besides those of Mr. Tangeria? Yup, on the door. But we found Tangeria's and Frost's prints on there too. We were all brought in here for a briefing right before we started work on our creations. Those prints are probably from then. I take it you haven't checked any of Mr. Tangeria's works for prints yet. Why would? We know that somebody tampered with them. And therefore, it's possible they left some prints behind when they did so. Fine. But if we don't find anything, your guy's still top of my list. Got it? You, check all this chocolate stuff for prints now. Yes, sir, right away. Are we going to find any prints? Detective Bad, we finished dusting the chocolate and we found prints that don't belong to Mr. Tangeria, sir. Go on, whose? Delicious Scone, sir. She's one of the contestants. Good work. You can go back to whatever you were investigating before. Yes, sir. Oh, Scone. So it seems we have a suspect besides Mr. Tangeria. Even without your lawyerly input, I wasn't about to wrap up the investigation anyway. I'll go speak to Miss Scone and see what she has to say for herself. Delicia Scone, Mr. Gusto mentioned her too. He said that she was ruthless, that she'd do anything to win. This Scone lady sounds like a pretty suspicious character, huh, Mr. E? Yes, I think we'd better try to speak with her ourselves as well. Detective Bad, would you mind if we accompanied you? Babysitting is not my job. Oh, come on. But I guess you did pick up a couple of useful clues already. So if you want to tag along, be my guest. Thank you, Detective. You're too kind. But Detective Bad, sir? I don't think that's such a good idea. The lead prosecutor's still busy in there. That'll be fine. Me and him don't exactly see eye to eye anyhow. Oh, are we going to be facing Manfred von Karma? Who is this him? Who did they assign the case to? Manfred von Karma. What? They gave it to von Karma? He hasn't lost the case in 25 years. Manfred von Karma, living legend over at the prosecutor's office. We've never faced one another in the courtroom, but I've heard plenty of stories. They say he'll do anything to ensure a guilty verdict. But I can't let that distract me. For now, I need only continue to do what I believe is right. To be continued? Okay, we're going to end it here. Perfect. Yes, save. Yes. Oh, so we actually got to see the start of Gregory. Oh, this is cute, but we cannot continue. This looks very cute. Oh my god, her creations are so adorable. Back to title. Don't save, because we already saved. Back to title. Let's go. New items unlocked in the gallery. Let's check them out. Let's check them out before we end the stream today. Accolades. Let's see. Oh, we got the doggo in the prison. Any more? Okay. Photo album. Oh, we got more of the photos, like the crime scene photos. This photo is, I still love the composition of this. Actually, these drawings of her and oh my god, I've forgotten his name already. Kabodi? Whatever his name is. I've forgotten his name already. Oh, this one's cool. This is the show. Bodhidharma. That's his name. Oh, these are the right. Okay, we've already seen these. And then the character compendium looks. Do you mean menacing? Shroomy? Ah, we get all the animal. She's so sparkly. Okay, that's all of them. Okay, let's go to the music. Yeah, Dharma. Oh yeah, Bodhi Dharma. Yeah, he is very menacing. But that drawing is really amazing. Right, we are going to call it the end today. Is there anyone that I know that is streaming currently? Let's see. I'm going to send you to someone new. Their name is Rafatilla, and they are someone that I followed recently. They're currently playing Dead by Daylight. No way, I just joined and you searching for raid. Adelina, hello. Yes, unfortunately I am searching for a raid. I've literally just finished. we got to a section that we were able to stop and end our stream on. But yes, I'll be back on Tuesday. We will be doing a new story, new game called, oh my god, what's it called? Urban Myth Dissolution Center. Double raid together. Thanks for stream, by the way. No worries. Thank you for joining me. Thank you very much. And I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend as well. But yes, I'll be back on Tuesday with a brand new game. And hopefully also when I get Monster Hunter, I might stream it. I might not. We shall see how I feel. But we will decide on those things on the go. But yes, thank you for joining me again. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Oh, and before I do leave, because we are raiding out, hang on. Let me set the raid first. Oh my god, start raid. Did it start? Yes, okay. So, if you are subbed, please use this raid message. If you are not subbed, please use this raid message. But yes, I will see you guys all on Tuesday. Enjoy the rest of your day and see you guys soon. But bye-bye for now.